Okay, Shalom, Israel. I hope everybody's doing well. Back at it again. Slack. Well, we're not too late today. We're kind of halfway on schedule. Shout out SOW, Rochester, Houston, VA. Hope your brother's doing well. See y'all in a few weeks. It's going to be great. Shout out Cabo Cabo, Guatemalan congregation. We're going to get started. We're going to send our prayers to the Most High and get this class going. So much. Come. Got your phone on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. A war. Zion. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. Rayach. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine we'll play on Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing to know. Shabbat. Bashalom. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasya.
Anasya.
Ayanyamya.
Ayanyamya.
Ahoyam. Ma'ayah. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratiza. La'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashemariah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yisrael. Shashemariah. Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaiah, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Barayala, Yahweh, Yashemaiah, Makor, Rai, Yashemar, Nepesha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'itha, Wa'ay,
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'ala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemaiah, Wadash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Barakwithka, Taba'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemaiah, Natalanoah, Rachel, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachalai, Chawathina, Kasalachalai, Chawathina, Wala'ah, Dabianoah, Wadasawan, Abo, Awashino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amarakwa, Waha'ala, Watapara, La'amalanyam. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner, therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the glory. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahayah, Laka, Alahayah, Achayah, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a. Fa'ina. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Fa'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Falach wakha. Shem. Yahweh. Yeshua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Faratazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Fana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Faganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Fa'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Fa'chamad. Ko. Asherah. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshab.
Everybody seated?
Okay. One second. Gotta do this real quick. Okay, what we've been going over is a lot of the events leading up to Antiochus Epiphanes coming in here and wiping out and destroying the temple. And but there were a lot of events and a lot of major spiritual breakdown that happened before the Most High just let Antiochus come into the temple and ransack it. We just read in 2 Maccabees chapter 3 that when Heliodorus came in to take the Korban money, the angel came out here and whipped on him mercilessly, almost to the point of death. So why within a 10-year span from Heliodorus, angels just almost destroying Heliodorus, why would the Most High allow within a 10-year span Antiochus to come in here and put Zeus in the temple and defile the temple and have the altar being profaned and spoiled with swine's flesh? Why would the Most High let that happen? There was obviously a reason the Most High said, we got to tear this whole thing up, because however these cats are rolling deserves a punishment at that level of magnitude. So we went into we didn't get very far. We went into like from 2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 1 through 6. We were explaining how Simon, and there was different factions and political factions in Israel that was really pushing to discredit Onias. And if they could discredit Onias III, which is the only high priest and only respected figure amongst Israel that was keeping the Hebrew culture alive, if they can discredit Onias III, then they can implement this Hellenistic push, okay, that was spurred on by the Tobias, which we know earlier from reading, they were of Ammonite descent, that Nehemiah had warned us not to commingle with these people. He said, listen, remember in Nehemiah, it was Tobias, and it was Sanballat, and through the entire rebuilding of the wall, they were plotting to destroy Nehemiah.
And there was the Arabians was there also.
Yes, but those two were the major figures. It was Sanballat and Tobias, and through the entire time, when Nehemiah was trying to restructure the walls and fend off any foreign invaders, Tobias was sending letters to the leaders of the Jews, and was in constant communication. And the leaders in Israel, in the city, were giving him correspondence on how things were going. It lets you know how ingratiated the Tobias were in the city and with the people at that particular point, and it never changed. Remember, one of the high priests allowed Sambalot, which was a Samaritan leader, to have his own little building and housing unit in the temple.
Mm-hmm. He had a suite.
He had a suite, man. He had a hotel. He had a hotel spot in the damn temple. And it was probably on the temple grounds. It wasn't in the holy holies, but it was in the area. And then Nehemiah came back after he went to Persia to deal with some business. He came back in like 10 years and saw these guys, 2 years, and saw these guys didn't change nothing. And they were allowing nations to have suites in the temple.
And the Gentiles weren't even allowed in that area of the temple.
God. And you're like, what the hell? Don't forget, the Gentiles weren't given a space until Herod later on. Then they had a court that was for the Gentiles. Mm-hmm. Before that, there was no space that the nations were supposed to sit back here and consume themselves with. So then with that, he takes this guy, he throws this guy's luggage and stuff out of the damn spot, cleans house, leaves again, and we go back to our old ways, mingling with the nations, because these nations had money and political power. So now the Greeks come in. Greeks come into power, and the Tobias were getting close to them. Why? We read it in Josephus book 12, chapter 4. When Onias II wasn't taking care of his business, he allowed what's that brother's name? We went into it. I just got to see the name. I'll be all right. I don't want to just go through it. It was the first Tobiah that gained legitimate political connection with the Jews and had that relationship with the Egyptians. No, 1/2 second. It was Joseph. It was Joseph. Then it was his son later on. Man, it's escaping me. But Joseph was the first guy, and Hyrcanus was second. So Joseph was the first guy that was literally a Tobiah, which was an Ammonite, that got into the leadership and was actually helping make political decisions with the leadership of the Jews. The scary part was that Joseph had at least partially honorable intentions to restore credibility to the Jews. And what he did is, when Joseph sat back here and got to King Jupiter, or Eugetus, he sat back here and got his position by promising to farm more taxes from everybody in the region. And once he showed that example that you can get position amongst the Greeks, if you can convince the leadership of the Greeks to farm higher taxes. I'm taking my time here to explain this because this kind of gives us an idea of why men like Simon and Jason did what they did, what we're about to read into, to help defile our nation. Joseph showed the people, this is how you make your money. You farm money, you farm taxes from the nations and from your own people, and then you'll get paid handsomely on the side. So the Tobias put everybody else on game. So now you got the Jew wants to sit back here and mimic the nations and do what the nations do. But it's at the expense of Israel.
Yeah.
So now you got guys like Jason and Simon, like, okay, how do we make our money? We got to go to the kings at the time and promise them greater riches. This is what Simon did in 2 Maccabees chapter 3. Simon went to the governor and said, listen, man, there is uncountable riches in the temple, dog. All you got to do is sit back here and claim it, and there's extra money. Now he starts to understand why he set that up, because that was an old school farming tactic that the Tobias had shown the people.
It was a copy and paste.
So we're going to sit back here, and if we show the king Seleucus IV that there's money there, and he collects it, now the king's going to give me a promotion, and I'm going to start getting a cut of farming taxes in the region.
Be in proximity to the king. win the king's communication in favor, copy and paste the only way an outsider can get money.
I gotta find ways to show the king where the hidden money's at. If I can do that, then I'll get promoted to be the governor or the new tax collector. And if I'm the new tax collector, that's how I can make my money.
This is about personal ambition over nation.
That's all it is. So I'm gonna sit back and sell out the poor and their korban, so I can be the tax collector of the region and make my money. This is the motivation behind why Simon said, "Okay, listen, there's unforeseen riches there," because he wanted to get in and do what the Tobias did to get higher rank and elevation for himself. It was all about selfish gain.
It's no different than when our people find a money scheme like USANA vitamins or
Noni juice,
Organo Gold coffee.
Organo Gold?
Yeah, that was a big one.
That was a big one.
I don't remember that one. Organo Gold?
It was the first mushroom coffee, right?
Yeah, first mushroom coffee. That was supposed to be healthy coffee. Yeah. Have vitamins infused in the coffee. But when our people find a money scheme, they jump on and they ride with it. And then it becomes infectious. Then everybody's selling the same products.
And then it's dog eat dog.
Yep.
Then it's dog eat dog. So this is what the Tobias, the nations, implemented amongst the people. So now you got these sharks are trying to circle around like chum in the water, try to find ways to exploit the system, find ways to make money and hustle, and not care about how the nation is affected. Isn't that what hustling the street is? On a low level, I'm going to sell dope to people that are vulnerable, and I don't give a damn how the society and the city crumbles because of it. That's literally what drug selling and the game is all about. I'm going to prostitute, pimp women.
Yep.
I'm going to take advantage of them. I'm going to take advantage of the Johns so I can come up. It's all exploitation. What you going to say?
That's what I was going to say. You're exploiting the weaknesses and vices of people.
Yes, and that's what the game is, and that's what these guys are doing on a political level.
That's devil.
I'm just trying to explain why the Most High said this guy's so big. The Most High, I got to tear this whole thing down because that sickness infected the leadership of the nation, and that from the priesthood and everybody.
That was the old culture of the elites when we had our sovereignty, and then we lost our sovereignty because we were doing that. They had the metaphor of the pot, and the inside's going to be the meat, and the inside's going to be protected, but the outside will be strong.
Mm-hmm.
At the suffering of the poor.
Yes,
I'm gonna give a fake counsel that everything's gonna be okay, so I keep getting money, but I know there's destruction coming to the poor.
And this is always why the Most High says he has to turn things upside down, because the poor are exploited,
of our people,
the defenseless are not looked after. And that happens based upon ambition, selfishness, and a hatred towards our people.
And it's our own people do. It's different. When a nation does it, it's almost understandable. Not the same bloodline. But when your own people know that you're suffering, what you go through, and your ups and downs, and they still oppress their own people, Most High has to destroy it.
Don't forget, remember, even in Nehemiah.
Yeah.
Remember, everybody was broke and took a pay cut.
Yeah.
And they had to stop their work on the farms to build this wall up.
Yeah.
Remember the people with money? The princes said, listen,
I remember that.
We're gonna give y'all money just to sustain yourselves. But if you can't pay in a short period of time, we're going to put your kids in slavery. And Nehemiah's like, what the hell are you doing?
What is this spirit?
Why are you putting people in slavery when you know they're all taking a pay cut to get this wall done? So people won't get killed and murdered like it was happening.
Human trafficking at the time.
And then the people was like, the only reason that the princes said, we'll forgive the debt is because Nehemiah had soldiers with him.
He had jurisdiction over
there. He had the seal of the king.
Yeah, it kills him.
If he didn't have the seal of the king, the princes weren't going to do nothing. They was going to keep rolling. Him and Ezra.
That's dark. That's dark amongst our people.
Brother, the only time the Jew locks in is when they got. That's like me coming in. Hey, y'all got to change because Trump said if you didn't, y'all will sit back here and get thrown in jail. Then the Jew will lock in.
Oh yeah, come. I'll be on time.
If Donald Trump puts it on paper out and I have the print
with the seal out.
If he seals it, then everybody got to say, okay, we'll lock in because Trump said it. Huh?
Executive order.
Yeah, exactly. If it's executive order, they'll do it. If it's not, who are you? Who is you?
It's by force of life or death or economic loss. It's not by force of righteous spirituality in Christ. That's
Yes.
the problem.
So let's get on with the class. I just want to set the tone so we understand why we're dealing with what we're dealing with. Yeah. Read that real. Did you find it?
I found it.
It's just a book that kind of explains the same tone before we go on to this chapter.
It's called The Jews Among the Greeks. It says, but there had been a rapid growth of a moneyed class, and this not so much composed of great landowners as of the newer class of capitalists.
And the newer class of capitalists, one of the ones spearheading this capitalistic mindset were the Tobias. Remember, don't forget, you had Joseph, then Joseph had 8 sons. So if he's a capitalist and a black-hearted money guy, all 8 of his sons were brutal, black-hearted money guys. Yep. But keep going.
Who grew rich through the various forms of financial speculation then open, particularly the tax farmers, of whom that magnificent vulture, the Tobiah Joseph, is a permanent type. So Joseph is the archetype of the capitalist.
Of how to make your money.
Of farming taxes.
Listen, it was wisdom, but he made everybody's life miserable by that play. When he sat back, he said, everybody's holding their money back. I can get double the money that you're getting. Who is suffering in all the territories by that play? All the poor of all these territories suffer by the play by Joseph, the son of the Tobias. But everybody saw that move, saw that hustle, and said, man, I can do that.
Yeah.
How can I sit back here and find that niche in the city, in the streets?
But we do it famously when the dope dealer comes up, when the pimp comes up, when some type of character amongst our people.
And a charismatic character. And then somebody else says, well, you know what? If I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it.
Yeah.
That's the justification. Or if I'm not going to make a play at the top, somebody else is going to make a play at the top, so it might as well be me.
Or a landlord, we go in and say, well, we've been living in project housing, project living, or being squeezed out by landlords. But when we come up, we do the same thing to our people.
That's the problem.
We become relentless landlords. We become merciless in duplicating that same stance.
I don't know if you saw it. You ever saw Sicario? Sicario was a great movie. Golly, bro. When Benicio del Toro went to the crime boss's house. This is like the Mexican cartel leader. Oh yeah. This guy is a mass murderer, and he's eating dinner with his family. He has his 2 niños to his right. He has his wife to his left, and they're enjoying a meal. And Benicio sits back here and wipes all his guards out, and he calmly sits across the table with his gun like this, looking at the crime. El Jefe. So Jefe's sitting here, and he's like, man, you're sitting back here eating with your family, but every day you're responsible for the murders of families all across the country. How do you live with yourself? And he's sitting back here in his polo shirt out, eating his meal, bro. His kids are scared as hell. He says, listen, man, have meat. So he says, eat. He says, eat. So the kids are like, they're barely eating little specks of food because they're scared shitless. Yeah. So he's sitting back here. When he has to be now accountable with a gun pointed right at him about why he does what he does, his first answer is, where do you think we learned it from? I was like, oh, okay, that's the cop-out. Yeah. That's the excuse. We learned it from you guys, gringo.
I got it from you.
We learned it from the gringos. Yeah. So because the gringos lie, cheat, and steal, and exploit our people, I'm going to do it better than them.
But it's the truth.
It is the truth, but it's a cop-out. Just because you see the nation sit back here and take advantage of their people, so now it's okay for you to sit back here and run drugs and treat people like human garbage? Because Benicio del Toro, in the movie, his daughter got thrown in a vat of acid.
Wow.
And his woman got her head chopped off.
Is it a true story?
I said, nah. But I'm saying the movie was raw. The movie was raw as hell. He's sitting back here. Then he sits back here, pop, 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 and kills his family in an instant. He's sitting back here in shock. But he's not realizing I do this every day to people. I give the thumbs up for this type of activity to go on.
Every day.
But now it's on you. What am I trying to explain? Then Israel learns how to be a better beast than the beasts themselves. Yep. And we'll sit back here and say, hey, the nations do it. Esau does it. The Tobias do it. Why can't I do it?
That's fact.
This is that blame game we use to justify corruption. So now,
and we're so lost and ignorant. You know, we'll watch a movie about it and still duplicate it in real life. When you look at Scarface, when you look at what colors did to the community and the neighborhoods, it promoted gang members and gang activity more than it did as a deterrent. It actually initiated people to want to duplicate what they see on the silver screen. All they got to do is show it to us and put it in front of us, and we're going to live it out in real life.
People want to be like O-Dog guy.
They want to be like O-Dog.
People want to be like O-Dog. People want to be like O-Dog guy.
Or rap music.
Well, you kind of. Yeah, that was, if you want to be, be specific, that helped build up the prison population.
Or the blaxploitation with the pimps.
Exactly.
Yeah, before that,
Ravaged neighborhoods. Absolutely ravaged.
Brother.
Nino Brown, New Jack City. Everybody want to be Nino.
We want to play a character now. We want the benefits of the white man. We're envious of the nations in their glory, and we want to reproduce that amongst our own people at a smaller level.
But at the cost of our people. So they're saying the only place of value in the inner city of Jerusalem is the temple. So we got to extract all the riches from this city, from the temple, in order for me to come up. And most likely, if this is what the majority of the leadership wants to do, then I got to destroy this group of leaders. I have to destroy the institution of the leadership. And I want to keep that in mind. This is where the Most High is like, I got to flip this entire institution up on its head. Because after this, who was the ruling class of leaders? It was Levites, but it wasn't that same sect of Levites. That sect of leader got flipped upside down. Because those dudes had shown that they weren't responsible enough for the job. And as we keep reading, where it used to be the kings and the princes, then it was the Levites. Then it's like whoever the Spirit works with. Now I'm going to work with Paul. And this guy's Benjamin. Yeah, whoever got the Spirit of Christ, because I can't depend on any lineage, any family line. Because depending on family lines of people wasn't working.
They were compromised already.
Yes. The family lines of the kings, he had to eradicate it. The family lines of the Levites, he had to eradicate it. Because it kept being spoiled over time. But keep that in mind. Let's keep going with that Tobias angle.
It says, the life of these men involved such an association with king in the court that marked discrepancies of social custom, such as dietary regulation or any form of abstinence, as well as differences in dress were not to be thought of. So they brought in a different dress code in the temple too.
So listen, let's just use the Tobias, for example. They might not have been able to go into the temple and sacrifice. They weren't doing that. But they were sitting back here, rubbing elbows with the Greek elites in Egypt and with the Seleucid line elites, and they started bringing in Greek fashion to Jerusalem. Once again, these non-Israelites were pushing this Greek angle, and they were the richest top dogs in the city.
And they married their way into our culture.
Yes. And they married their way, and it was accepted, and they were looked on as Israelites. Because Joseph, his mama was a Levite. His daddy wasn't, but his mama was. So now, they're looked upon like they're Israelites, damn near. And they have all the money, and they're dressing in togas.
Yep.
They're getting fades, getting low haircuts, whatever kind of style's going on. And the Jews are like, dude, these guys are paid. They're making money.
They're winning. They're getting blessed.
Smiling. And I'm sitting back here wearing braids and wearing sackcloth. I can suffer. Maybe I should sit back here and tap into that Greek zone and get paid. I'm just trying to explain why Helenism got its footing. And why Israel was so tempted to sit back here and tap into Hellenism.
They say that Alexander the Greek was known to give the world the fashion of shaving your beard off. They said Alexander initially did it because in war, a man could grab your beard and then slay you. So to give no grip on the beard, they say Alexander was the first to shave his beard off completely. And that became a fashion statement amongst the Greeks. So it was only a matter of time before we adopted that same thing Doing what the Greeks
That
do.
makes sense.
Yes, that.
Got a question, and if you've been over this class already, I need to go back and do some homework. So, where does the sports thing fit in with the Greeks, and how's it match with modern day?
It's coming in later. But think about this. It's all about revenue. Gymnasiums and sporting events. That's where you get your money. Why do they listen? I don't know if y'all know. The Spurs are trying to get another damn stadium, and it's supposed to be
Enough.
in the heart. It's literally supposed to be, I think, in the heart of downtown. They don't need a new stadium. Why get another stadium? The SBC Center is fine.
AT&T is fine too.
Well, it used to be SBC. Now it's AT&T.
It's a generator of money.
And before that, it used to be what? The Alamo Dome. And it's still going.
Right.
Why do you need another stadium? What they want to do is, you know what the Institute of Texan Coaches is?
Yep.
It's like you have
Cesar Chavez.
you have Alamo Dome is here.
Tower of Americas.
You have Alamo Dome, 35.
Yep.
Boom. They want to put the Spurs Stadium right across the street.
Yeah, right behind the tower.
Yeah. And want to have it connect right behind the hotel. There's a hotel right on, I forgot that street.
That's the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center.
Yes.
It's connected to the Hyatt.
Yes, and then they want to put the stadium right behind that. Why? Why do you need it? This is about another project to spend money.
Because all the
And bring additional revenues?
March Madness, a lot of the games are played here in San Antonio.
Yes, and all they're trying to do is it's another money generating opportunity. This is why they do all of this. They can create more updated stadium seating, more updated corporate ticket purchases. However you want to play it, there's greater revenue source that can increase in the city. When I was reading it in other chapters in classes, even in Syro-Phoenicia, they had this big-ass gym stadium. And this is where people come all across the country to do their Olympics every 4 years, and their training facilities, and this brings money. What you going to say?
So, with that, so the ambition also, so to start with the youth then, with the sports and stuff, so now the youth are more focused on, this is going to be my way out also.
Yes.
That my ambition with this is going to be our this is how I'm going to get mama in the big house.
Yeah.
Or get out the hood, bring them to this sports thing. So every level of society, make sure it's not about the Most High. How can I come up with it?
How can I come up? Because everybody got tired of serving the Most High and getting your daily bread. Because listen, when we were sitting back here on point, when we were on point at our best, remember when Antiochus III was the leader over our people? He gave us breaks on taxes. And they said that the Jew was able to sustain themselves during Antiochus III's reign and the Ptolemy's reign. But the problem is this. What does that mean in real time? You have enough to get by. You have your daily bread. And that's not enough for people. People want more than having their daily bread. That was the enticement because we had enough to sustain ourselves. And the funny thing is, when we read in Josephus, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 1, what hit me up was they said that as we were diminishing in our desire to serve the Most High, our finances started to diminish. Our quality of life was diminishing, predicated on our desire to please the Most High.
The example.
And that was when Joseph came in with the farming technique. Because the leadership was already dwindling already. We had a string of like 5 good high priests. It was high priest Jadua. He was around during the time of the Greeks. Of Alexander. Then it was Onias the First. After Onias the First, it was Eleazar. No, it was Simon the Just, the first. Then it was Eleazar. Then it was his brother Manasseh. That was 5. Then we had Onias the Second. He started diminishing as the high priest.
Stop caring.
Then Simon the Second was weak and diminished. Then Onias the Third, he was a great high priest. But he was surrounded with a bunch of brothers and politicians that wanted him out. And we're going to go into that in more specificity now. But it just goes back and everybody wanting to come up and serving the Most High just wasn't important. And that seed of negativity grows when your elites are comfortable in their trend setting and they're pushing their Greek way, and you're seeing these guys make it and thrive, and you're still broke, living check to check. That messing with people. It's like when people sitting back here and a cat is driving a Beamer out. You know, I saw this truck online. I was like, man, that is a dope truck. It's called the Apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this truck is out of this world. It was 6 wheels out, and I said, this is. It was like a Hellcat engine out, and I said, wow, this is a dope truck. I said, one day maybe. And I said, let me get out of Dreamville out. But that truck was awesome. Listen, the Apocalypse Act. It's a $300,000 truck. It was like, it starts off at like $297, and I was like, this is fire. I was like, bro, I'm never getting this. And I don't even see it on the road. You don't see it on the road. But it was potent. I was like, this is a monster truck right here. And not the one with the cab in the back. It was all one unit out. It was pop. I was just looking on the Google machines, and it showed it to me. The Google machine showed it to me. Anyway, that's what I'm like. Wow, this is phenomenal. Anyway, I don't know why I brought that up, but seeing somebody rolling up with that, and your car's at 250,000 miles,
yeah,
and the transmission's starting to slip.
Oh,
It's like this. Why is it doing this? I'm going up the hill. Why is it doing this?
Or you riding the bus, you looking out the window.
Yeah,
you like, man, I'll drive that. I'll drive that.
Yeah, in a heartbeat. So the point is that jealousy and that envy broke us out, but it started with us letting these carnal-minded people into our society in the first place, and it just worked. That sickness started working and eating us from the inside out. Anyway, let's go to 2 Maccabees chapter 4. The tone is set. Now we can go into it. We're going to start off from the top again because I want to kind of set the tone. We're not going to focus on all the details from 1 to 6. We went over it already. So let's go from the top, though.
You correct?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's right.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah. I'm at you. What? How about Shem Yashabakatam?
How about Shem Yashabakatam?
Yashabakatam.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. This Simon now, of whom we spake afore, having been a betrayer.
No, read on.
God. Having been a betrayer of the money.
Listen, Simon was the person in chapter 3, 2 Maccabees 3, who snitched on our people and said we had all this money, this Korban money in the temple. This was the guy, this guy Simon, was trying and attempting to find ways to farm money out of the temple to get elevated for himself. Read on.
And of his country. Slandered Onias.
So now that tactic didn't work, because when Heliodorus came up there, the angel whipped him up, and Heliodorus realized, listen, man, if you want to send your enemies up there, send him up there. Because the God is with that place.
Oh, he said, if you have anybody that you hate, send them up there.
Because God is there.
Yep.
The Greeks stopped messing with the temple. So the lesson was there. It should have stopped there. But Simon doubled down on his position. So now he couldn't get the Korban money. This is what he's doing. He couldn't get the Korban money to get elevated as a farmer. Now, if he's going to make his money, he got to oust Onias III. So now Simon is setting up a slander campaign to get Onias out of favor with the people. So what does Simon say that Onias did? Read on.
It says, as if he had terrified Heliodorus and been the worker of these evils.
So what he's saying is Onias the third found a way to spook a damn Greek officer and to run him out of the temple, and that his actions are going to cause harm to the people. Read on.
Got it. Thus was he bold to call him a traitor, that he had deserved well of the city.
When it said that he had deserved well of the city, I had this earlier. When it said he deserved well of the city, it meant deserved. When you go into 1828, it says he meant harm to the city. They're saying, listen, he's like Onias means harm to this city. His conduct, how he's dealing with Heliodorus and the Greek officials, he's bringing heat to us. Read on.
God. It says, thus he was bold to call him a traitor, that he had deserved well of the city, and tender his own nation.
And when it says he tendered his own nation, tender, definition 12, means he was apt to bring pain to his nation. So he's like Onias is bringing pain to the nation. He's trying to harm the nation. He is trying to bring a negative influence to destroy the nation. Read on.
God. It says, and was so zealous of the law.
And what he's saying is, Onias is bringing harm and danger and means harm to the city because he's so gung-ho on following the laws. That's how he's spinning this narrative. Because Onias is about the law so much, he's bringing harm to us. If he just would have sat back here and gave Heliodorus that money, we'd be safe. But because he's trying to stick to the scriptures and be Bible this and Bible that, he's bringing hell to the city. He's spinning the entire narrative to paint out Onias as this bad guy when the entire time our only way of staying protected by these nations was to stay in order with them.
That was proven.
All throughout the last generations.
Last week we talked about how it was a slander that he was doing. That was a slander campaign that he was on to ruin the credibility of him by saying that he was too much of a stickler.
And we went into the depths of explaining slander. I just don't want to go into that. We go into slander again. It's going to be over. But it was definitely slander. And he was spinning the narrative to make the guy that was in for what's right, make him look like he's a bad guy. Read on.
Verse 3. But when their hatred went so far that by one of Simon's faction murderers were committed.
So now, on top of the fact that Onias III is being slandered as a person that's bringing evil to the city, now you got people that are backing Simon and starting to kill people that are on the side of Onias. And the people that are on the side of Onias are the ones who want to keep Israel spiritual. Wants to keep Jerusalem about following the laws. And now it's so bad that Simon's faction, they're killing people that are standing up for what's right. This is how bad the city is getting before Antiochus comes. They're killing each other over if we should turn this country Greek or if we should keep these laws that are keeping us behind.
So it's a civil war is initiated amongst our people.
It is a civil war before Antiochus comes in.
That makes sense.
Israel wants to always talk about Antiochus, but we don't want to focus on the civil war that's happening, and the majority is pushing for the Greek way to be lived and instilled and focused on. Well, let's continue.
Verse 4. Onias, seeing the danger of this contention.
So Onias is like, bro, this is getting out of hand. We got mobs in the city. We got pro-Greek guys killing our people here. Killing people trying to live the right way. The city is literally getting split in half. And there's more people on the Greek side than the people that want to live the right way. The younger generation is like, why the hell we got to do this? I'm going to explain what I mean later on. But the youth were pushing to go Greek. There is a reason when Jason got the gymnasiums, he got all the young people to go to the gymnasiums. Why? Because the young people want to do what? They want to go Greek. And they thought that the Israelite way was outdated. Just like the kids in Israel now.
Just like
The youth in Israel thinks there's a better way. Oh man, I saw the hell my house went through. I don't see the benefit of the law. It looks hard to me. I might as well go party and drink and smoke. That seems more fun. Isn't that how people do now?
and
Young people, you know what young people do? They see the Israelite path,
Yep.
and all they see is how hard it is. It's hard. It's overboard. And just like they're looking at Onias. They're looking at Onias as what? He's an overboard dude. He's so zealous of the law. Bible this, Bible that, Sabbath, Sabbath, Sabbath. Every day is the Bible. And then people say, you got to read the Bible every day? Every day you remember your parents told you that? Listen, I know you're supposed to follow God. You're following God too much. Whoa! What does that even mean? People have said that.
Too much.
You're following the God. You're following the Bible too much.
And then they use little wise cracks like, even if you drink too much water, you drown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, come on, bro.
Stupid.
You can never do much. You shouldn't do too much of anything.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, wise sage, for your information.
Right.
But the point is this. This is the spirit that's being pushed in Israel. Onias is too extreme. Believing on that level is too extreme. Let's split this in half. You're always going to be a Jew. But times are a-changing. And we have to adapt to the times.
Very much so, like the civil rights generation.
God.
We ain't got no life.
God. There's no life. It's just everything is work. But that was what made the Jew trustworthy. Well, people don't realize that the only thing that made us stand alone from the rest of the world was our piety. The only reason we got elevated for any reason was because of our trustworthiness and our dedication to our work. That's the only thing that made us worth a damn. Outside of that, the work ethic, the discipline, the abstinence, we are nothing. We're a bunch of niggas running around the street with tight pants, sagging, without the discipline and the abstinence. Smoking and drinking and getting high. That's what all niggas is known for. That's the truth. So without discipline, humility, work ethic, piety, the Most High can't use us. But that same thing is what's being pushed in Israel to look down as a weakness. You're working too hard. Work smarter, not harder. Okay. So what are you going to do, smart guy, after you work easier? What are you going to do with your free time?
Be wicked.
Be wicked as hell.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's what I'm going to do. I'll have more time to be wicked and to be selfish.
I got energy to do it.
With the smartness I've used. It ain't like you're going to study. You're going to be sleeping, drinking, smoking, clubbing, running the street.
Scrolling now.
Straight West Coast.
That's what be doing that. Pew, pew, pew.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. So once again, this is the movement going on in Israel. That the old way of just working hard and being dedicated and Sabbath this, fringe this,
too much,
discipline
man.
this.
Y'all tripping.
This is overboard.
Yeah.
And this is the same feeling that youth have now. Because everywhere around you is freedom.
Yeah.
Everywhere around you is comfort, smiles, and good times. And I gotta serve a God that I listen. Y'all saw the faces in class about marriage, right? Just was like, hell no. This is what I gotta do for the rest of my life is serve. What?
Yeah.
Right? And then for the men, these sisters are wicked. Well, what about the men? Men don't want to serve either.
Yeah.
Men don't want to serve. Women don't want to serve. Nobody wants to dedicate themselves to the craft of studying, to the craft of learning how to please the Most High. It is a craft and skill to sit back and learn how to please the Heavenly Father every day. And that's the truth. To sit back here and learn how hard you have to work, how you got to do to control your thinking and your mindset and your mentality. It is a lifelong journey to learn how to be a great servant of the Heavenly Father. But nobody finds joy in that. And reading this about the Hellenistic time, the Hellenistic age is what reveals the fact that times are changing. People are given to more of their flesh and their lust, and more people than not detest living a life of discipline. They hate it. People hate living a life without freedom.
You don't hate it if it's all you know. But when you got neighbors doing what you never knew you wanted to do,
Yep.
and introducing a lifestyle that you never know you wanted to live,
Yeah.
then that's when that envy starts. That's when that emulation starts. And then now that's when the curiosity of what are they doing over there next door?
Yes.
This is why your parents say don't hang out with those guys. They ain't no good. Well, what are they doing that's no good?
I am curious.
I want to go.
What
there
is
and
that
see-
smell over there?
Yeah, what are they doing? Why are they so bad? I don't think they're that bad. I want to go see what they're doing.
Cool.
That's not the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
It is the devil's
He made
lettuce.
the plan. The Lord said it was good.
I was over there yesterday.
Yeah.
But the point, that's what I'm saying. I didn't see the devil there. I saw good times there.
Yeah.
But it starts from the beginning with Adam and Eve and the serpent. Listen, that didn't become a problem until somebody told Eve, you can get power from tapping into this wisdom. You can get power, and you're not going to need to serve your husband because of this. Then all of a sudden, now I have the option to choose what I want to do. When you don't get the option, you're okay in your setting. It's the same thing when the Most High said, kill all the Canaanites. Because if you kill all the Canaanites, now you don't have the what? The pull and the distraction, and the curiosity won't be there. That's the point. Anyway, so now this influence is all around us. We read in earlier books that there were Greek cities all around Israel. North, west, even the Samaritans at the time were flourishing. Everybody was making money, smiling, and now you had these Tobias were smiling, and we're still sitting back here doing the Hebrew way. And we're sitting here now like, man, everything else looks better. And Onias, the high priest, was the only one sitting back here saying, let's keep it back to this hard way. This hard way, the Most High is not going to bless us when we live that type of life. It was that pull. If you want to serve the Most High, you can't serve the Most High and live your life and live this Greek life. You can't do it. And that is the issue that it takes a lot of our young men 10, 15 years to figure out. How many losses do you have to lose until you realize He's not going to bless me living that type of life? The Most High, just at this particular point, had enough love in His heart to sting us quickly. Him sitting back here and allowing Antiochus to rise up and destroy the temple was Him showing love. Because He quickly stung us for flirting with the idea of wanting to be like these Greeks. He quickly stung us. Because right now it's civil war, and the Most High is like, I got to do something about this. These guys are killing each other because half of this group wants to go Greek, and the other group wants to sit back and keep it like it used to be, and they're getting targeted and killed. So what verse are we at?
We're in verse 4, sir.
Let's keep going.
2 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 4. Onias, seeing the danger of this contention.
This contention is dangerous. It could be full-blown civil war if he don't get the authorities involved. It ain't like he can sit back here and talk to Simon and try to calm this down. Simon wants his job. Simon wants the number one spot. He is inconsolable.
Yeah.
So he gotta talk to the governor of the region to try to bring authorities into the matter to chastise Simon. Because his hope is the Greeks gonna be like, listen, there's no Greek municipality or any civil authority wants to riot in the streets. They're not going to want that. To be like, listen, if he goes to the Greek authority, they're going to come down and say, listen, man, stop this, follow your leader, and keep this shit in line. That's what any law enforcement is supposed to do. If there's fighting in the street, you're going to break up the fight and throw the instigator in jail. Isn't that what they're supposed to do? That's on a civil level. So now Onias like, I got to go to the authorities, the Greek governor or the governor of this region and have him come down and put Simon in check to save innocent lives. So, read on, verse 4.
Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Seleucia and Phoenice.
Apollonius is the governor of the region. So let me go to him and see if he can come eradicate this. Read on.
It says, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Seleucia and Phoenice, did rage and increase Simon's malice.
So the governor came down, and the governor did what he was supposed to do. The governor came down and did what? Checked Simon. Checked Simon for his conduct. Checked that faction for the conduct, and backed Onias. But as soon as the governor Apollonius left, they said what? They said Simon raged and got even more malicious. This guy Simon was off the chains. He didn't give a damn. Simon doubled down. He said, I'm going to create more havoc, more chaos,
More madness.
more madness. I'm going to kill more people. I'm going to sit back and have more speeches, and I'm going to rile up the youth. Because what's happening is you got the youth and the Tobiats rolling hard against the established older order. Because the older people already made their decision. They're already committed to the Most High. Mm-hmm. But you got this uptick of youth who are pushing a different way. Yes.
So they say we need to make things more modern.
It's more modern. Let's be honest. Young people always think they got answers. Am I right or wrong? Young folks think they got a better way.
Yep.
Yeah, I respect it, but there's new ways. There's new ways of doing things. And you guys are like dinosaurs. I know. I respect it. But there's better ways.
Get with the times.
Have you guys updated your website? Oh, you don't have a website. Oh, I get it. I get it. I respect the fact you teach, but you guys kind of like, you're kind of back, you guys are kind of like, a little old, but it's cool. That's what I'm here for. To sit back here and update you guys.
Yep.
Like, oh, okay. And the problem is this. The problem isn't necessarily that updating an approach is bad. The problem is that young people don't always understand the level of intensity you got to work to see proper effect. There is a level of commitment that you got to put into something to get something back. So if your mindset is always built towards efficiency, you'll still call it efficiency. What you're lacking, looking for efficiency, you're forgetting about this doing honest, hard, grind-ass work. Because there is a lesson there. And it's better to learn the long way to get to something than just to jump right to the easy. I see these kids, even with math. I used to sit back and look at my kids' homework. I used to do this long-ass division and stuff. I was like, no, we don't do it like that anymore, Dad. We just do this. I'm like, what the hell is this? You don't learn nothing that way. The long way, you figure out, you got to sit back here and pay attention to detail on every step of the way. Because if there's one part of this long math problem, you do one part wrong, guess what? The whole thing's messed up. So the long way teaches you more discipline and detail. Now all people do is this. I have my computer, my thing. My scientific calculator, man. Exactly.
The long way.
You didn't have this in the 70s, did you? Or in the 80s. But that's the point. The long way, there is discipline, and there is a standard of hard work that young people don't understand.
That's the problem.
And that's the issue. It's nothing wrong with working smarter after you've learned how to work harder. That's the issue. So young people are sitting back here even during this Greek time and are looking for easier ways to live their life.
For example, brothers digging trenches at the school.
I was gonna say that.
Brothers like
We need all these tools and materials and these tools.
We need laser beams over here to hit
Damn,
the soil.
laser beams.
We need laser beams to hit the soil properly to get this soil to be a straight 90-degree angle. I'm like, listen, bro.
Man, just get a callus or two,
Listen,
man.
bro.
Is it really wicked to get a callus?
Look
out?
at my hand. Look what happened.
I don't have baby hands anymore. You ain't supposed to, son.
Listen, I'm not saying.
Can you get a callus, my G?
Listen, bro.
Do we do callus work every day? No.
Brothers are texting like this. Can somebody please?
I need oils and lotions for. I need soaps and oils and lotions for my hands. Yes.
Too less vitamin E. Like, listen, bro. We have to get this
Does you
done.
make any devices to make this job easier?
Where are the devices?
There's 50 men at the place. There's 50 men to do this work. Come on.
Listen, bro. We're gonna have to sweat until the bell rings. Huh?
I would have just said, look, can we get a couple more shovels so I can get off my ass and not watch people do things? How about if we bought 3 more shovels and we got done faster? How about that? That's not the request. The request is, can we get 3 more shovels, man, and knock this out?
There's got to be a better way.
There's got to be an easier way. They say better,
There is.
but they mean there's got to be an easier way to do this.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad brothers tried to get on the phone and see about this digging device. He said, man, forget this. Let's just get on. Let's just do work. By the time we're waiting 3 hours to get this machine rental, that's 3 hours of work that could have been done
For free for the camp.
You get what I'm saying? That's the mentality of young. And I'm not knocking young people because I was young one time. So there's nothing wrong with operating smarter. But you got to learn how to serve and do things the hard way first. Then, once you understand the value of hard work and doing things the difficult way, then you can come back and say, okay, I know this. How can I be more efficient after I understand hard work? But these young people during the Greek time, I want it easy. I don't want to do the hard work of studying and disciplining my life and just working hard, toiling every day just to sustain myself. There's no value in that.
Or I'm not going to do 40 years on a job to get a pension. Most people have 40 jobs within a year versus 40 jobs or 40 years on a job. Our people nowadays don't know what keeping a job is.
Yeah.
How do you listen when you see online? You want to make money from the comfort of your home. You want to make $50,000 while just being on your computer all day and relaxing and drinking coffee mocha. This is how you do it.
Well, you make money.
Everybody looks at being your own boss. I can be in my PJs and make $50,000 a damn year. That's bull.
Look, you make more money telling people they can make money.
That's the point. I'm like, if you got the secret to making money, why are you giving it out? Because you know what's funny? You can't make money like that without charisma. You don't have charisma because you're on the computer all damn day long. How about that? Everybody that's on the computer all damn day long, they don't talk to people well. They know how to be on the computer. They can push buttons on the computer. But when they talk to people in real life, they're like, they're talking like, it's the truth. Blah, blah, blah. Computer talk. I talk with the computer.
It's Flintstones.
People don't talk right in real life. You realize that young people don't talk? If it ain't on the computer, they don't talk. How can you sell if you can't talk to people? If I can't look you in the eye and communicate to you and understand body language and social cues, but I'm going to make $50,000 selling something? Are you serious? That's craziness. And then look at you, well, how long you been in business? There's way better ways to do that. Like, are you serious? No, it's not. Can you go out here and sweat on your own and figure it out? You think a little whoopity-whoop website is going to change the world completely? No. Anyway, this is not an old man rant. This is just a common sense thing that I'm trying to explain. You think they have all the answers, but there's a lot of understanding about discipline, hard work, doing things the right way for a long time that you can't run away from and avoid. These young people didn't realize that the key to their sustaining themselves with these Greeks was their obedience in the scriptures. It was their piety. They couldn't see that. All they could see was their ambition. They couldn't see that we were only getting blessed because the leadership stayed in order and we were trustworthy, and the Most High allowed us to flourish. The more that sentiment was like, no, it don't got to be that way, then things started falling apart. And that happens now. That's happened in how camps are set up. Everybody wants to say how camps are done don't need to be done that way. There's an easier way to run camps. This is why there's so many separatist groups, so many different offshoots of what works. Because men don't want to just understand that submitting to a body and working for a unified cause is the greatest way to get closer to Heavenly Father. I'm not saying there's other ways. There's not other ways. But fighting every day for one another is how you can live and understand what these scriptures really look like. When you separate yourself from that arena, it's harder to stay connected to the Spirit. That's all I'm saying.
You never learn what patience is. You never learn what
long suffering
is.
Mercy. How to live for your brother.
Endurance, which is fortitude.
It's easy to endure when you're going to get motivated. You're getting something out the deal. It's easy to be motivated. And it's hard sometimes when you're fighting for somebody else and you're getting nothing out the deal. Then what gets you up every morning? Christ. Christ gets you up every morning. And that's the difference. So, this is what's going on in Jerusalem. The city is tearing itself apart. Old way, new way, Greek way, the Most High's way. Let's continue. What verse are we in?
Verse 5. 2 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 5. He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private.
He's like, I got to go up the ranks, go up to the governor. If the message goes to the governor, there's a chain of what?
Chain of command.
So now, what's his name? His name was Apollonius is just dropping information on the king Seleucus IV. Seleucus IV, just a little backstory on Seleucus IV. Philopator, he didn't choose Jason. Jason was the oldest brother. And this is in Josephus, book 12, chapter 5. We went over it last week, but Seleucus IV didn't choose Jason because he wasn't the man for the job. He was the oldest, but he wasn't right for the job. He chose Onias III from the beginning. So when all these riots are going on, Onias is going up the chain of command, and Seleucus IV is backing him. Seleucus is backing him because that was the man he chose. Then you start kind of turning upside down when Antiochus gets into authority. Because when Antiochus gets into authority, we're going to start reading about his character. This guy was a pure dirtbag. And we're going to read about him very soon. So read verse 6 again. No, verse 5. Slack.
Verse 5. He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private. For he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet and Simon leave his folly, unless the king did thereunto.
So he's going up the chain of command and hoping that Seleucus puts a stop to Simon's tyranny. Because it's not going to change. This negative is not going to change unless he does something.
A young person would say he's snitching.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, he said that this is an internal matter. But if you leave it to the internal matter, how many thousands got to die? Now, hold this. We're going to go back to this. Read Isaiah 59 and verse 7 through 15.
Right.
And the funny thing is when you read Isaiah 59, this chapter in particular deals with how bad things were going towards the end of Isaiah's life with King Manasseh and anybody else whose government was wicked and tyrannous. Okay? So we're starting to see what's happening as Simon is pushing this faction that's going against the scriptures. Read Isaiah 59 and 7.
Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 7. Their feet run to evil.
Simon's faction, their feet are running to evil. Read on.
And they make haste to shed innocent blood.
Isn't that what we just read? Simon's faction is killing innocent people who are standing up for what's right. This is what was happening during King Manasseh's time. This is happening during Onias III's time, when you have warring factions like Simon's faction and Jason's faction. What's not being explained is Jason had a faction too that was pushing against Manasseh. You had Simon and you had Jason both having factions going against Onias. Read on.
Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity.
Their only thought is how to sit back here and topple down who? Onias. Listen, Simon keeps doubling down on his iniquity. Chapter 3, he was being negative. He was trying to farm money from the temple. Chapter 4, he's sitting back here and slandering Onias.
Yep.
Then he gets chastised by Apollonius the governor. Then he doubles down on his maliciousness. Simon's thoughts are only to destroy.
He's saying, if I can't have it, nobody can.
And he's like, I'm not stopping. If I can't get the money, I'm gonna break this man's credibility, and I'm gonna break him until somebody kills him or he gets removed. I'm going for the number one spot. Read on.
Wasting and destruction are in their paths.
The spirit of wasting and destruction. The mentality of, how can I tear this thing down from the inside? Imagine the amount of speeches he had. The amount of talks. The amount of inflammatory speeches. When you sit back and watch on TV, when these guys had these on these campaign trails, in every city they go to, they just keep talking about these same bullet point conversations. When it was Trump was trying to get in office, he just kept attacking Biden's credibility.
He's still doing it.
I know. He's like, Biden was the worst president ever. He had the worst policies ever. If I was in office, there never would have been a war in Ukraine. He always says the same thing every 5 minutes.
It's almost like he forgot he was elected.
Con.
He's still campaigning.
Con. Well, there's discrepancies about if he got elected or not. But there's a lot of footage of people that were going to the voting ballot spots with bags of envelopes out. Literally, late night bags of envelopes.
2-3 in the morning, vans. There's Trump votes in the water, like in the lake, just thrown out into the water. Like, it was bad. Go ahead, Michelle.
My question is, but didn't the electoral college get in there? I mean, doesn't the people vote really don't mean nothing?
It doesn't. But the thing is this: if you're flooding the votes, and that what was a big talking topic back then was it was a mail-in ballots.
Yep.
That was the big
Chinese
talk.
ballots.
See, there you go. I wasn't going to say that, but there were a lot of ballots, additional ballots from dead people. Dead people were voting for Biden.
Came out as great.
Deceased people were saying, "I want Biden. I want Biden.
Yeah.
I choose him." I'm serious.
We need him.
Just like when the Doge did this investigation on money, they had like 11-year-old. Well, it was 350-year-old people were getting money. 100-year-old people were getting. Yes, where we're getting money at. Where we're getting financial benefits at. People were 100 years old, 150 years old. 300 years old was getting money.
Still collecting a check.
Yes, they were collecting monies out
every 2 weeks.
Yes,
1st and 15th.
That money went to somebody. That money was being used by people out. So there was a lot of fraud back in those days. So it's debatable if he won, but that's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, where are we at? Let's keep going to Isaiah, man.
Verse 8. Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 8. The way of peace they know not.
Do you think Simon understood peace? And in any part of his fabric, he was about coming with a peaceful solution. He was like, we're going to go Greek or die. We're going to sit back here, get rich or die trying that. Yeah. That's what it was, huh? We're going to push this method.
And the Greek culture was on ascension out, so Israel has a bandwagon effect.
Yeah.
So I bet you if it was Chinese culture on ascension, Israel would be turning Chinese out.
Yeah.
It's always
whatever, if there's benefit to be Chinese.
Yeah.
If there's benefit, then Jay's going to sit back here and back. That's what it is. So let's keep going.
The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings.
There's not about right and wrong. Simon don't care about right and wrong. He don't care about the effects of Hellenism with the youth, the effects that's going to happen to the people. Because don't forget, at this particular time, everybody was having to learn Greek. They had to learn a language. That was a necessity because that was what the world was turning into. So they had to learn their Hebrew and they had to learn Greek. And along with learning Greek, the curiosity was to try to be Greek.
Right.
Let's continue.
They have made them crooked paths.
Now listen, they are creating crooked paths. The crooked paths to get to what they want. What he's letting you know is there is a proper path to take to get what you want in the spirit.
Okay.
And there was a crooked path that you have to carve out to get what you want in the flesh.
What do you mean crooked path?
Crooked path is a path not paved. Listen, Simon was doing everything he could that was opposite of doing it the right way. So people create crooked paths to get what they want. They create compromising approaches to get what they want in the flesh.
I can give one example, one classic example.
Okay.
Fen. Back in the day, people was one of the first weight loss pills that came out, where you just take a pill, lose the weight.
Remember all those carts at the mall
Yes.
that sold those weight loss tablets?
Yeah.
Man, they were making so much money.
Herbaline.
In San Antonio, they made so much money for so long. And then it was Herbaline. Then something happened and they changed the name to something else.
Something bad.
It was like 2 or 3 changes of names, and it kept making money. Because not Herbalife. It was
Herbaline.
Yeah.
Herbaline was my
Keep
first
going.
out. My brother's like, Herbaline. I get the Herbaline. I get the Herbaline.
Yeah, they turned that rap song Shoulder Lean
Yeah.
to Herbaline.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Herbaline. I get everybody happy, celebrating
I
that.
just
Everyone's celebrating. Everyone's celebrating that. But there's adverse effects. The body took adverse effects because the shortcut wasn't proper, bro. The better way was to eat.
Because you can keep eating tacos and maybe doing like 15, 20 minutes cardio, and it was working.
Kept losing. But
I love this fin. This fin is awesome.
No different than Ozempic. Ozempic's the modern version of this.
Yes.
Ozempic's the modern example. You take Ozempic, you lose the weight, which it does work. Problem is your bones get very, very brittle, and you're likely to get osteoporosis.
No way.
So you do lose the weight, but now your bones are breaking everything.
Yeah.
breaking bones, breaking knees, breaking toes, breaking.
You don't want to break your hips out.
Hollowed out.
You're the glass person now because you want to lose the weight. Listen, I get it if it's morbidly obese, but people are not morbidly obese and taking this.
They're just morbidly lazy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But let's continue. You got it?
Yeah, this is a modern example.
But that's a crooked path. I'm going to create paths to get what I want without being obedient, doing things where the Most High wants me to do. Mm-hmm. But let's continue.
All right. It says, they have made them crooked paths.
Mm-hmm.
Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace.
He's like this. If you go that path, you're not going to know spiritual peace. Because all Simon got from here on out is war and fighting. That's what you get for taking this path. Because what we're going to read from here on out is something but war and killing from here on out. It gets worse. The situation in the city, the civil war ramps up 2 or 3-fold. It don't get any better. Read on.
More verse 9.
Keep going, yeah.
Okay. It says, therefore is judgment far from us, neither doth justice overtake us.
But that's what's supposed to happen. Justice and judgment is supposed to be what prevails in the city. But justice and judgment is not prevailing in the city. Read on.
We wait for light, but behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness.
The entire city is in darkness. The entire city is covered in ignorance, is in selfishness and pride and the desire for financial gain. This is what's happening over Jerusalem at the time. Read on.
We grope for the wall like the blood.
Because ignorance is covering over the city. The young people are groping because they want to push the Greek way and not realizing They can't see where this Greek approach is going to take them. That's where they're groping like they're blind. Because they're sitting back here, they think this Greek way is the way, but they don't realize that they're going to fall into a ditch down the line.
Right.
Read on.
Kind. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men.
We have no vision. We have no clear path of how to get to where we're supposed to get to. Read on.
We roar all like bears and mourn sore like doves. Like doves. We look for judgment, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far off from us.
We're complaining, we're mourning, and this is what's happening in Jerusalem at this particular time. There's mourning, there's complaining, there's sadness. The city is split in two. Read on.
It says, for our transgressions are multiplied before thee, and our sins testify against us.
And that is going to start ramping up very soon. Read verse 15, we're going to let it go.
Verse 15.
No. Give me verse 13.
Okay. Verse 13. And transgressing and lying against the Most High and departing away from our power.
And this is what we're doing. We're departing away from the Most High and choosing the Greek way. Read on.
Speaking oppression and revolt.
Isn't that what Simon is speaking? Oppression and revolt. We got to revolt from this way of the Most High. We have to sit back here and revolt from doing it this way. This don't make no sense. Listen, Onias is going to sit back here and bring hell to us because he believes in the Most High and his law so much. We got to break out of this approach.
Right.
He is teaching oppression and revolt. Read on.
Conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood.
Pushing the idea that the Greek way is better for our society. Read on.
And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street.
The people who speak truth are getting killed. Read on.
And equity cannot enter. Yea, truth faileth, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey. And
the people that depart from evil makes himself a prey.
What does that mean?
Now I'm gonna say this: the people that want to live right, they're a prey.
Become a target.
They're a target. Now, don't we use Isaiah 59 to talk about Esau? Who did it first? We did it first. We're sitting back here trying to kill righteous men before Esau was trying to kill righteous men. How about that? Because we're going to read about how Antiochus was killing anybody trying to sit back here and observe the Sabbath day. He was killing people that are reading the Bible. That was happening. But who was saying I don't want the Bible anyway? Who was saying it first?
Our people.
We were the ones setting up movements to sit back and do away with the law. We did it first. Antiochus said, "Oh, this is what you want? I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna put it right in your face and really make you feel it."
Full throttle.
It's like you have a dog that keeps shit in the house. What do you got to do? You got to put your face in that shit. And you're like, "This is what you're doing. You want to keep doing this? Now, I'm gonna give it to you all the way. Then you want to poop in the house? Then you gonna live in this. Then you gonna live in this poop, right? Then all of a sudden, I won't poop anymore. Sound like school. I want to poop in here.
Outside. That's the point.
Maybe Matt wants me to poop outside. This is what the Most High is doing. Y'all really sitting back here and debating if the law is worth being kept? Okay, then I'm gonna get you to see how it really feels not to follow the law. Here, that's what it is. So read verse 15 again.
Okay. Verse 15, it says, "Yea, truth faileth, and he that departed from evil maketh himself a prey. And the Most High saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment."
And the Most High is pissed when he sees these things happen. It displeases the Most High when there's no judgment. It displeases the Most High when there is a mob pushing the people to go away from the laws of the Heavenly Father. He hates this. Okay? So this is what's happening. And yes, you can use this chapter to explain Esau, but the Bible is written for us.
God.
This level of treachery comes from us first. So let that go and go to Matthew chapter 23, verse 29 through 31.
God. Matthew chapter 23 and verse 29.
Let me get that real quick. Read that.
God.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's 24. Yeah, read that, sir.
God. Matthew chapter 23 verse 29. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites!
Christ is still talking to the ruling class of Israel. He says, destruction to you hypocritical leaders. Read on.
Because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous.
You're building tombs for the prophets. You're sitting back here and garnishing the sepulchres of the righteous. So you're honoring righteous men. You're honoring the prophets. You're honoring the Maccabees. You're sitting back here and following Hanukkah. You're sitting back here and showing all this reverence for great men who stood up for righteousness' sake. Read on.
God. And say, if we had been in the days of our fathers,
If I was there with Onias, I would have backed him up to the end. If I was out there with Onias the third, boy, we would have been squabbing. I would have killed Simon for Yahweh's sake.
Yep.
I would have killed Simon.
Everybody
We would have
says
sat back here and fought against the wicked Israelites, and we would have saved humanity for Israel. I would have been with Judas fighting against the wicked Edomites. That's how Israel talks all the time.
God.
Read on.
and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets.
We wouldn't have hurt the prophets. We wouldn't have killed those prophets.
Yeah.
We would have stood up for righteousness' sake. Read on.
Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the
He
prophets.
says this, these guys in positions now, you were the guys sitting back here with Simon. You Pharisees at the top now, you were sitting back here backing Simon and spitting on Onias the third.
Now I have a question. Are you saying that this is a question, right? This is the sons that succeeded in political offices at that time period?
Yes.
Those,
He says you were the children.
those lines.
Yes, that were killing prophets, that were killing righteous men, and that killed Onias the third.
And when you start at the beginning of this chapter, he's explaining why they're hypocrites. So he's showing you that the actions that you display today is evidence you would have did the same thing, even though your mouth is saying something different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your behavior today is showing that you're the same people. You would have did the same
He would
thing.
have so they would have been doing the same thing with Simon, with Jason, pushing this opposite faction against Onias the third, who was an honorable man. He said you would have did the same dirt that we're talking about, that these guys on the left-hand side in political positions were pushing to go Hellenistic. You would have sat back here and took the Corban money. Don't forget, I remember Shamshuan brought out that point about the Corban and how Pontius Pilate was a dirtbag and took the money to build aqueducts. We didn't need water. We already had water reserves in Jerusalem.
Yep.
We were good on water. But why did he do it? Christ stung us. We were sitting back here and taking advantage of the poor and calling it a gift. We were corrupt with the money. So the most said, okay, you want to be corrupt with the Corban? Then I'm going to have a white man take your Corban money. That's how God gets us all the time. We were corrupt with the Corban money. Don't forget, he explained that people were taking the portion that was supposed to be for their parents and giving it to the priest and calling it a Corban. So that the father and mother had no money to survive. And because I gave you some money for the Corban, you're not going to check me for taking advantage of my mother and father.
You took you won. You got a little bit out of the deal too.
So I'm not going to check you for your corruption. That's the point. So Moshe, you want to sit back here and be corrupt with the Corban and not take care of the poor? Then this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a white man take it. And then when you complain about it, I'm gonna kill y'all people. That's why. Listen, the Most High puts bigger demons to stifle our demonology.
Yeah.
Listen, we're demons here in the time of before the Maccabees. We're wicked as hell. So I'm gonna bring a really wicked guy here to sit back here and trump your wickedness.
I'm gonna give you a bigger beast. Since you want to be a beast, here's a bigger beast.
To break you. This is why we have to try to change the thinking of our people. We always want to say these guys are so wicked. They're so messed up. The Most High puts them in position. Didn't he say that in Proverbs? He got the heart of the king. The Most High controls the heart of the king to make the choices he's going to make. So if the Most High controls the heart of the king, why did he give Antiochus to the Jews at that time? Because we deserved it. Why did he put it in Pontus to be so cruel? Because we deserved it. Listen, and shortly after that, we got taken out of Jerusalem. Why did that happen? We what?
We deserve it.
We keep reading it.
I don't like what you're saying.
Listen,
because
let's go.
I don't like what you're saying because I'm all about.
You want to be Sakari.
I'm
Listen, I'm going to bring this up. Even in watching the movie Sicario, it explains in the beginning. Sakari comes from the Jewish term, Sakari, to rebel against the Romans. I'm like, yes, exactly. Yep. The Sakari, that faction in Israel, they just rebelled against the Romans. When the Most High said, serve them, because I got them over you. We want to rebel against the Romans, so what the Romans do? Okay, we're going to come in and infiltrate. Because y'all don't want to lock in? You want to be killing Roman officers? Okay, we're going to go seize the city. Now millions got to die because you want to be a Sakari and rebel. That's the truth. Those are facts. Anyway, so we read Matthew 23, and he said you guys were the children of those prophets, right? Those prophets that rebelled against Onias, that killed prophets. Remember Zechariah got killed in the temple?
Yep.
Just speaking of what's right. The priests killed him. This is what we do. We're some of the most hateful people on the planet Earth.
Why are you saying?
I'm sorry.
Makes sense.
Yes. We're gonna hold on. So, where are we at? Let's get back to verse 7 now. Huh? Yes, that time. Okay, next man. Yo, up.
Yawab, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Howla, Banya Shala.
Yawab, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Howla, Banya Shala. How much? What? Yawab, Shal Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shem Yeshua Berakatam.
All right. Okay. Now we're going back to 2 Maccabees, chapter 4 and verse 7. I know it's taking a long time, y'all, but it's important to take our time and explain the story. Verse 7.
2 Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus,
This is what's scary. So think about this. The only thing keeping the jackals like Simon from really coming in and creating more damage was the fact that Seleucus Philopator the fourth, was still the king of Greece. And because Seleucus was the king of Greece, of the king of the north specifically, because he was the king of the north, he had enough pull to keep Simon and that faction at bay and under control. And because he kept them under control, Onias was able to keep his life, and that small faction of Jews that was trying to live right were salvaged. Okay? So, but verse 7 lets you know that as all this chaos is happening, Seleucus dies. Why does the Seleucus die? Because the Most High had it up to here with who? with us. I'm going to explain that. So read verse 7.
Come. 2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes, took the
No. Yeah. I'm sorry. Read it again from the top, sir.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored under...
Stop. I'm sorry. I'm cutting it quick, but because there's something I want to explain. But just read it again. Sloppy. That's my fault.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus...
Stop. Let's do this. Let's go to Daniel chapter 11. Daniel's 11, verse 20 through 22. And we will get through Daniel's 11 still. We haven't forgot that. But I don't want to run through the entire chapter. We have to explain Daniel's 11 in a sequential time. Okay?
Yeah.
But we got the majority of Daniel's 11 already done. The hard part's done. The rest of this is going to be somewhat easier. So, read verse 20.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 20. It says, Then shall stand up in his estate.
So, what this verse here, he says, Then shall stand up in his estate. The person is going to replace Antiochus III, the Great. The person that replaces Antiochus III is going to be what? Read on.
It says, a raiser of taxes.
The raiser of taxes is Seleucus IV. That's the son of Antiochus III. He's the raiser of taxes. Why is he the raiser of taxes? He's got to pay off those taxes that his father had got implied on his country because he started interfering in Roman business. And he had to pay these taxes to pay off the debt they had to Rome. What they end up doing is having Antiochus Epiphanes had to go to Rome and be a hostage while Seleucus IV is paying these taxes off. Just so we can kind of understand that situation. I don't want to go into the verse. We already explained that. But continue.
God, it says, Then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom. But within few days...
Within 7 years is a few days. And that's not a very long time for a king to kind of have his position. So the Most High had Seleucus IV have his empire for 7 years. Read on.
He shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
He wasn't fighting, and he wasn't in anger. There were different rumors as to how he was killed. They said Heliodorus killed him. Other reports say that Antiochus IV had him killed. Epiphanes. There's different takes on it. However, the play is the one person that was advocating for Onias III at the top just got killed. So now all hell's about to break loose on the Jews. Because Seleucus was the only guy saying, okay, don't touch him. I chose him to be in that spot. If y'all touch him, you got to answer to me.
It's bad timing.
But it was perfect timing for the Lord.
Yeah.
Because the Most High sees how bad things are, and he allows Seleucus IV to die. That's the point. He allows this guy to die sooner than what he was supposed to. He didn't do anything wrong to get killed. So who took him out? The Most High allowed it to happen because he was sick and tired of seeing Israel fight like wolves for position. And it was time for Israel to get stung. So now I got to take this guy out of here and put a guy in charge that wasn't supposed to be in charge. Check this out. Read verse 22. Verse 21.
Daniel's 11 and 21. And in his estate shall...
Meaning the person who took his spot. Read on.
Shall stand up a vile person.
He said, I'm going to put a vile person in power now. And I'm going to put him in earlier, and he wasn't even supposed to be in position. Let's read the whole verse, then I will explain it and break it down. Read on.
It says, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom.
Meaning he wasn't supposed to be the next king. He said they didn't give this guy the honor of the kingdom, because even in his own family, he wasn't the next in line. Antiochus the fourth son, or Seleucid the fourth son, was supposed to take the reign. So this vile dude wasn't even supposed to be the man. So who allowed this man to be the man? And for what purpose? To neutralize us. That's the craziness. Seleucid the fourth had to die early. He was an okay king. He said, I got to get this guy out of here because I'm so pissed. You see how the Most High is playing chess. Yep. We want to be wicked? Okay, I'm going to remove this king out of the way and put a real foul guy in here to give your problems.
He says that in you get Proverbs 21 and 13. Mm-hmm. The Most High explains that same tendency and dynamic.
Proverbs chapter 21, verse 13.
Read that.
It says, "Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor."
Go ahead. He says, so when you don't make the poor the focus, and you don't make the poor the prominent level of importance and they don't take presence anymore, and you stop hearing their concerns and their issues. Read on.
He also shall cry himself.
The Most High will put somebody in power that don't care about your issues, that don't care about your condition, that don't care about your position. So just as we're neglectful on the poor, or neglectful for those that are in need, the Most High will give a vile person in power that's careless, heartless, that has no conscience about right and wrong, because we don't have a conscience about right and wrong. It's the Most High making things even.
But we want to sit back here and paint Hanukkah like this was some one-sided affair. Hanukkah, or the abomination destination, was a response to our wickedness. And then once we were shown to be wicked, then there were valiant men to fight to restore the order that we initially messed up. Yes, sir.
I was saying it's horrible how much of our own people was against us regaining a relationship with the Most High. Our own people, along with the nation.
There were literally two factions that were pushing this Hellenistic approach, and there was only one man holding on, at least at the top, holding on to serving the Most High and pleasing the Heavenly Father with the love.
But it's no surprise when money's involved. You watch how quickly our people will sell out, defect, go against the grain, have issue. You start seeing the unsavory side of a person's character when you induce money or include money into a scenario. When it's money related, then you start seeing the worst of our people. They'll do any damn thing for some money. They sell you out for some money in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Christ was sold out for 30 pieces of silver. So when it comes to money, man, we'll backstab each other in a heartbeat, break rank, get out of order, become rebellious, disobedient, disrespectful, because it's money involved. That's when you start to see our character dissolve as a people.
Read verse 21 again in Daniel's.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 21. "And in his estate shall stand up a vile person."
Let's go and explain this vile person real quick. Let's do Josephus real quick. Josephus, book 12, paragraph 3, chapter 2.
What you said, Josephus? What
Book
again?
12, chapter 3, paragraph 2.
That's page 316.
Mm-hmm.
We also?
Yes.
Okay. Josephus, book 12, chapter 3, paragraph 2. It says, "We also know that Marcus Agrippa was of the like disposition toward the Jews. For when the people of Ionia were very angry at them, and besought Agrippa that they, and they only, might have those privileges of citizens which Antiochus, the grandson of Seleucus, who by the Greeks was called the Power, had bestowed on them."
Listen, he called himself the God, or God manifest. That was a self-named title he gave himself. He gave himself the name Antiochus Epiphanes, or Antiochus God manifest, or the illustrious one. He already let you know where his head was at from Jump Street. He's giving himself titles, giving himself names. I'm going to call myself the illustrious one, dog. I'm going to call myself God MC, man. That's what I am, man. This is what he's saying. Illustrious one, God manifest. He was in power from 175 BC to approximately 163 BC. But let's continue.
Okay, he said, had bestowed on them and desired that if the Jews were to be joint partakers with them, that they might be obligated to worship the gods they themselves worship.
That's all I want. I thought there was something there. There is a saying, the Jews used to call Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus Epimanes, or instead of Epiphanes, they used to call him Epimanes.
Epimanes?
Epimanes. They used to call him Antiochus Epimanes, and Epimanes meant madman. That's what the Jews called him.
They had a nickname for
The
him.
Jews called him Antiochus madman. He called himself Antiochus the God. Like Charlemagne the God. I'm Antiochus the God. Antiochus the illustrious one. That's what he called himself. So we're going to go into how vile he is and why he's referred to as a vile man. Okay? Let's continue. Let's go back to 21 again.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 21. And in his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom.
When you sit back here and look into the history of Antiochus the fourth, he wasn't supposed to be the king. There was an accusation that he killed his brother Seleucid the fourth. Seleucid the fourth's son, his name was Demetrius. He was the next person in line to be king, Antiochus' son. But Antiochus Epiphanes, I'm sorry. Hey, slow down. Seleucid the fourth, who reigned for 7 years, his son Demetrius was supposed to be next in line. Okay, he was in Rome, though. He was in Rome. They swapped. Remember, Antiochus was in Rome, while his father Antiochus III was running things. They got him out of Rome and put Demetrius in there because he was supposed to be the next in line, not Antiochus IV. Okay? And then what happened is Antiochus, once Seleucid IV died suddenly, named himself co-regent with his young nephew Antiochus, which was another son of Seleucus. Okay? What ended up happening, Antiochus IV ended up killing his nephew and taking the throne. So when you're reading in Daniel, where it says this guy didn't get the honor of the kingdom because he wasn't elevated properly. He killed Seleucid IV's son and took control himself. He got power the wrong way, that crooked way that we read about in Isaiah.
Yep.
So Antiochus wasn't supposed to be the king, but the Most High allowed to be so. Why? To end up stinging us. Because you can just see how things are happening amongst Israel. So, we know he's wicked. We know he's deceitful. We know he's corrupt. And we know he's an egomaniac. But we're going to kind of get more details about this guy. Read verse 21 again.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 21. And in his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom. But he shall come in peaceably.
Now, he shall come in peaceably. Now, I want to go, and we're going to stay in Daniel's. We're going to get Daniel's 11 and 21. And it said, he's going to come in peaceably. Read on.
And obtain the kingdom by flattery.
So when he says he obtains the kingdom by flatteries, we got to sit back here and properly explain, because when you sit back here and read flatteries, it doesn't make sense. What does it mean by he's going to get the king? He's going to maintain the kingdom by flatteries.
It sounds like he's just saying
good day
things.
to you. Good day to you, young son. Good day to you, sire. I mean, is that what he means by obtain the kingdom by flatteries? The answer is no. So when you sit back here and look on the flatteries, hold on. One of the words that you get in the Strong's definition, it means treacherous. So he obtains the power by treachery. Okay? Not flatteries means treachery. But we're going to explain even what treachery means. Because treachery has a lot of different explanations. But let's go treachery. Treachery. Somebody give me that definition.
Treachery. Violation of allegiance or of faith and confidence.
His kingdom. And this is going to be something that you're going to see immediately. He establishes his kingdom by treachery. What that means, he maintains his kingdom by the violation of allegiances. Violation of trust. For instance, we just read about Seleucus IV and how he chose Onias III and didn't back Jason. He didn't back Menelaus. He said, I'm riding with Onias. So if there's any issue in the city, I'm backing with my decision, and I'm not going to waver because somebody else came to me and said Onias was a bad guy. I'm going to stick to my belief. If Onias said it didn't happen, I'm riding with Onias. There's a level of loyalty and allegiance that comes from having to be at the top. That is relied upon so that trust can be sustained. They're saying Antiochus was a treacherous guy, which means he says, I'm with you today, man. We have a good deal. This is our deal. But if he's a fair weather guy. He'll turncoat on you and choose somebody else. Then he'll turncoat on you and ride with somebody else. He doesn't maintain allegiances. He's not trustworthy.
Double dealing.
He says his kingdom was based on double dealing, changing allegiances, not being a man of his word. And back in those days, if you weren't a man of your word, you wasn't nothing. That's how it's supposed to be now, but people don't operate like that. So they said what made him so vile is that he was not a man of his word.
In that time period.
Especially at that position, that's all you had was your honor and your respect and keeping your promises. What's that?
That's what that word also meant, slippery. Slippery with the tongue.
Because what that means is I'm with you. We had a great conversation. I'm going to back this guy in the direction he got. But I'm slippery because if somebody comes to me and undercuts you, I'm going to go with you. And if somebody comes to me undercutting you, I'm going to undercut you again. I'm just going to keep going to the highest bidder. And this is how he acted. And he conducted his business. He couldn't be trustworthy.
Yeah.
You couldn't trust his word. You couldn't trust his backing or his approval of you. So,
couldn't take him serious either.
Well, you have to. You better. Yeah, I get your point. You can't take him serious, but this guy's got your life in your hands.
That's the problem.
So read verse 21 again.
Daniel, chapter 11, verse 21. It says, "And in his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peaceably and obtain the kingdom by flatteries."
Another word with the treachery is a man who violates his allegiance, a man who violates his faith pledged to his friend, or betrays a trust in which a promise of fidelity is implied. This guy is he's changing like the wind.
Yeah.
And you can't do business with a person that changes like the wind.
Yeah.
Okay? Just to give some verses to explain that level of treachery and why the Most High is so against it, let's first go to Psalms chapter 5, verse 8 through 10.
It also means unstable.
Come. He is unstable. Psalms 5, verse 8 through 10.
Psalms chapter 5, verse 8. He says, lead me, O Yahweh, in thy righteousness, because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face.
Mm-hmm.
For there is no faithfulness in their mouth.
There's no faithfulness in their mouth. Read on.
Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with the tongue.
So he used that word flatter. He's saying flattery is tied into inwardly being very wicked, having no faithfulness in their words.
Like a politician.
But that's being a flatterer. I can't really depend on what this person is saying. He's saying he supports me, but that doesn't really mean anything. He has a lot of hollow words. I can't trust him. And all that means flattery. Because he's not genuine in his statements and his communication to me. Read on.
Verse 10. Destroy thou them, O Yahweh. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions. For they have rebelled against
So I'm just trying to prove that flattering position. Go to Psalms 12 and 2.
Psalms chapter 12, verse 2. Are you ready, sir?
I am ready.
Psalms chapter 12, verse 2. They speak vanity, everyone, with his neighbor, with flattering lips, and with a double heart do they speak.
So flattering lips is also a double heart. Double intention in his communication. So this is what he said that Antiochus the fourth, Epiphanes, was known for. Flattering lips, double heart. He says he's with you, but he's not really with you. He says he's going to back you and stand up for what's right. But he said he has no honor. There's no honor about him. He doesn't. You can't stick to his word. So he's going to go to the highest bidder. So what's happening is Onias III lost the guy that was backing him, and now you got a guy that smiles in your face. And man, I understand, man. If my brother likes you, I'll support you too.
Oh, we're good.
We're good too.
We're good.
And I'll back you with this whole Jewish issue out there, man. I got you, man. I'll look after you. Last verse on this point, Proverbs 26 and 28.
Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 28.
Let me get it really. 26, 28. Read that, sir.
Proverbs chapter 26, verse 28. It says, a lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruin.
And this is what he's doing. He's a liar. He's a flatterer. And all he's doing is working ruin in the Hebrew community and all the adjoining communities around. He's just lying and backstabbing, and he's saying one thing and he's switching up. You can't deal with a person like this. But this is how he obtains the kingdom. He creates these false allegiances and then makes other allegiances that counteract this allegiance. This is how he rolls.
Yeah.
But then the nation and the people are being affected by it. Because what's happening? I don't want to proceed myself, but just keep that flatteries in the back of your mind as we continue on in this chapter.
No different than Obama. When Obama made all these promises, when our people gave him the vote,
Shit.
and then the only people that got legislation was Asians and the rainbow people.
And the banks.
Yep.
He bailed out all the corporations. He was never about black folks on the hood. Listen, this guy, he has like around 500 to 600 million in the bank account, right? This guy is a multi-millionaire.
He's more than that.
I know that. Probably more because, listen,
Tesoro.
It's not Soros.
It's Sotero.
Sotero. His dad was a multi-billionaire. That's where he got the money from.
Yep.
It was inherited from the Soteros. And he was in charge of the Southeast Asian Pacific Crime Trade Act and the breaking of that whole region.
CIA
operations. Listen, he's good. He is okay. He could be close to the billions.
Oh yeah.
Could be close to the billions.
Just beat up.
If he invested in weapons like Biden did.
Shit, man.
Biden did.
They're still making their money. They're still making money. So,
No son to pass it on.
nope.
That's it. Stops it. Stop it.
And he's okay with that.
Yeah.
So let's get back now to 2 Maccabees 4 and 7 now.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 7.
Now hold on. Just want to make sure. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we got to go into. Yes, sir.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 7. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, called Epiphanes, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest.
So now we talked about last week in Josephus book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1, Onias was one of 3 sons. It was Onias the third, who was the middle son. Jesus was the first son, whose name was, he changed his name to Jason.
Yeah.
Jason, Onias the third, and another Onias who changed his name to Menelaus. 3 sons. We haven't heard about Menelaus yet, but now Jason is starting to pop up. We read in that chapter also that Jason was overlooked to be the first high priest in the family. Onias the third was made high priest. The guy who vouched for Onias the third is 6 feet under now. Now the new king comes in. Now Jason wants to reassert himself and get his bid in to be the top dog in the city. All we've read about is this Simon faction pushing the Greek way. Simon faction has been pushing the Greek way. Now Antiochus is in power. Now Jason sees an angle. He says, hey, my name used to be Jesus, but now I'm Jason.
See that?
I just want you to know.
See that? That's the old me.
That was the old me. Listen, Jesus was the old me. My name ain't your house shot no more, man. My name ain't house shot. My name is Jason. And I have a proposition to tell you.
And Jason's a Greek name. It's a Greek,
I know this.
name.
Like Jason the Organizer?
I believe Jason means, the name Jason means rebirth.
I don't know that, but I don't doubt it. So now he's sitting back here. Antiochus the fourth is eating his pig's meat, and his steaks, whatever you want to eat. He says, I have a proposition for you, Antiochus.
It means healer, to cure, to heal.
Okay. He's bringing destruction.
Yeah.
So anyway, at the end of verse 7, he says, Jason, the brother of Onias, labors underhand to be the high priest. So now he sneaks a meeting with Antiochus, has a good conversation, and sets up this PowerPoint presentation. Listen, Jason sets up a PowerPoint presentation.
Here's a clicker like this.
Yeah, click, click.
With a laser beam.
Yeah, with a laser eye. Said, I have visions for the city. I have visions for Jerusalem. I have visions. Listen, watch. Let's keep reading verse 8.
Verse 8. Promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver.
He says, so listen, first of all in the presentation, I'm promising you silver. 360 talents of silver in your pocket, King, Almighty King. Read on.
He says, and of another revenue 80 talents.
And I'm gonna give you a passive. I'm gonna add your passive portfolio and give you 80 talents on top of that, just to sit back and augment your portfolio, Mighty King.
Or he wants a friend. Listen. If he can pull this off or present this, I can be your friend. It's the same exact outline, same exact cookie cutter approach as who?
As the Tobians, as Joseph.
It's the same exact cookie cutter approach.
So now he's like, I'm going to sit back and talk to you. I'm going to promise you money, 360 talents of silver. Then it's an additional 80 talents of whatever the hell monies this is.
That 80 must be like a good faith estimate, like a deposit.
And that's the add to your portfolio.
Just so you know I'm serious, here's 80 off the jump.
Of talents?
Yes.
Talents of silver?
I'm just saying
it never said what was. It was 80 talents.
He just kept stacking on some promises.
Yeah. I'm giving you money. So keep going. Money is first. But wait, it gets worse. It's worse here. It's more to this PowerPoint than this money. Read on.
Verse 9. Besides this, he promised to assign 150 more.
I'm going to give you 150 more talents of money if you let me do this. Read on.
If he might have license to set him up a place for exercise.
If you front me the money to build a gymnasium in Jerusalem, I could promise you 150 talents of whatever in revenue off the money I'm going to get off this. This is what he said. If I can sit back here and build this state-of-the-art gym, I'll get revenues. I'll get money from it. This will be the number one go-to spot for the heathen, for all the nations and our people. And I'll give you money off of that income to fatten your pockets.
Because the gym is where business deals were made.
Come.
Yes. It
Yeah,
wasn't
you see those really out-of-shape Edomites with their towel and they're sweaty and they're gross and they have all this bundles of hair in their skin eye and they're sitting back here just making multi-million dollars. Yeah. We had to sit back here and go over there and capitalize off of that and take that money over there and acquire that over there in the hood and make money and exploit people. That's what happens, Zach. You making money after racquetball or after whatever you're doing and you're in a sauna. Con. So what Jason is saying is, listen, I'm going to give you upfront money, and if you give me, listen, obviously he's asking, if you front me some money, or I can promise you, he didn't even, I don't want to add to the scriptures. He didn't ask for money. He said, I'll build the gym. You give me license, and I'll give you profit off of the gym income. He already got the calculations.
I get the idea. The gym was wise. I'll tell you why it was wise for him. Because he has a permanent job now. Because if I get you this money, you still need me. Once the money is already acquired, I can get rid of it. Mm-hmm. But if I have to build a gym, I'm extending our relationship. Because it's time to build gyms. Then who has to rule the gym? And then
this is this extra money in my pocket.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's extending that relationship so he can keep bleeding this king.
It gets worse.
Wow.
He so the gym is showing that we're Greek. I'm gonna give you some money off this gym. Read on.
He says, and for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen.
That's why we have the gym.
That's all.
Because we're gonna get some Olympic athletes, and we got guys that run 4.2 in Jerusalem.
Some Zions.
We got some 4.2 athletes in Jerusalem. So they're gonna sit back here and shatter 40 records, 100-meter dashes. There will be a 10.5 guy in Jerusalem. He runs a 10.4 in the 100.
We can compete.
He runs a 20. He runs a 22. He runs a 221.50 seconds.
But you know what?
He is an athlete. He is an athlete.
Because Edomites love.
We don't have any guys that run the 5,000 meters. I'm sorry. You got to go to Africa for that. You got to go to Kenya for that. But we do have sprinters.
You got to go let them Kush.
That's what I'm saying.
Cushites.
But we do have sprinters. We have sprinters galore. I'm sorry.
But what it does, it also opens the door for Edomites to have power to compete with other Edomites to have power.
Yeah.
Multiple oligarchies can I have better.
My
runners are better than yours.
Yes,
and now I'm not athletic, but I own athletes.
Yes.
And let's compete.
It's all ego. It's all ego. Yes.
It's no different than sports teams.
Yeah.
Ownership of sports teams. These guys are billionaires, bro.
Yep.
They have some of the highest revenue. You have guys that own, the Boston Celtics?
Yep.
He also owns the baseball team.
Well, the Boston just got sold a couple days ago for $6 billion.
2.1.
$6.1 billion. But that was the most expensive purchase of a sports franchise ever. $6.1 billion?
Yeah.
Just because you got Jason Tatum? I'm just
he ain't worth no $6.1
I'm being silly.
Yeah. But the same business owners, they also own tobacco farms.
Yeah.
They own Black and Miles.
Yeah.
So that's another favorite, offshoot of exploiting the people.
They'll never lose money. So
if you're not athletic, I got some for the non-athletes.
Exactly.
I got the Black and Miles for the non-athletes. I got the gymnasiums for the athletes. I got both. You win it.
That's the least of his endeavors is the Black and Miles.
That's
little money, man. That's little money.
Yes, sir.
So the position of the priesthood just became a come up.
Yes,
it's a business.
That was what was happening. So you have Jason was about making his money. You had Simon and his faction, which you're going to later read, was backed by the third Onias. Simon was backed by Menelaus. We're going to read that later. So all this push that Simon was pushing, you had a Sith Lord in the back who was who was of the high priest family too. I was backing that.
And they're
his name was Menelaus.
But they're bastardizing the office.
But you got two of the high priest factions were pushing this movement to Hellenize the entire country.
Jerry Jones, the country.
Right? So now I was gonna say about remember when we watched Hitler and Jesse Owens and stuff like that, and they show pictures of Hitler looking like he was on amphetamines, like he was doing this.
He was tweaking out. He get the gas station like this.
He was tweaking like this. I'm like, why this guy is high as hell right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw the picture, right?
Yeah, that's
He's like this. I was like, did they speed that up on purpose, or you're the only guy in the stadium? He like this, like.
But it wasn't common to see that.
Everybody was watching the athletes in the Olympics. He was like this. He was all serious in his face. You're like, damn, what's going on with
And
this guy?
he couldn't control that hand.
He was like this.
He had that one hand.
They were going crazy.
He kept rubbing his knee out. Hit his knee.
That's true. I'm serious. I'm not lying on that. Look it up on Twitter. You can sit back and say Hitler and his tweaking on. He's not gonna say tweaking. Amphetamines. But listen, they were sitting back here. He was happy with his master race runners, and Jesse Owens was sitting back here, running and shucking and jiving, and Mr. Charlie would say, "Yeah, good job, nigger, and get out of here, man, and you gonna suffer in America after the race is out." Because that's what didn't happen.
They treated him good though in Germany though.
But when he got to America,
It was over.
he was a nigga again.
He said Hitler was polite.
I know. He said, "Listen, man, good luck when you get back to the States, my ninja." But I respect you. The point is that I'm just saying that level of prestige is what Antiochus had opportunities with, because their jurisdiction was on a Seleucid line. So now the Jews were part of Antiochus' squad. So now Jason is like, you can get more athletes, get more revenue from this gym.
Start training.
I'm giving you money up front. I'm giving you future money.
But it wouldn't have happened if the people didn't have a proclivity or a desire to modernize and to mix with the Greeks in general.
Well, listen, if we would have been okay with just serving the Most High, we wouldn't be in this situation. But you got Jason pushing this, and you got Simon still pushing his way, killing Israelites who want to keep it the way it used to be.
Yeah. But then you got a multi-layered factions of money making. You got sports owners. Now you got athletes making money. Then if you look at most Super Bowls, some of the Super Bowls are sponsored by DraftKings.
Yep.
Yes.
Which is side betting.
Yep.
So you got the side betting on the teams. Vegas is sponsored by side betting.
Yeah.
You go to a casino in Vegas, they got walls and walls of every single sport you can bet on going on in the world at the same time.
Yeah.
They got TVs and upon TVs. You can bet in dog racing. You can do cricket. You can do whatever, ping pong, golf.
And they mastered hedging the bets. They
Yeah.
mastered it. It is a science.
It's a betting house. So now you got side money, side revenues. You got multiple ways of making money. Then you got jersey sales. You look at revenue sales. Look at, they say LeBron James Jr., Bronny James, had the highest selling jersey of all the.
I can't believe it, but it's true.
NBA.
I can't believe it. It's true though.
So there was a reason why to keep him on the team when he was eclipsing even on his own father.
He didn't make a 3-point shot until like game 40.
Yeah,
What's going on with this guy?
Yesterday.
I'm like, what's this dude's problem?
He had a standout game yesterday. But you look at the jersey sales.
That was his first. He had like 17. He does have potential. When you let this guy shoot all damn day long,
You gotta let Stephen A.
Back off him.
Stephen A. got to get at him though.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden he perform.
Yeah.
But when you look at jersey sales, you get sports paraphernalia. That's a $1 billion business. So there's so much money involved in that sport, bringing in the sports.
So there's money involved, but the problem is this: there's money involved in the sports, but they're operating in gyms bucket naked.
Well,
how about that? That's the other consequence.
How about that?
Because the gyms, all they did is put the Greek olive leaves on their head, and that's all the ornament they had. Huh?
When you look at Deion Sanders,
they had too.
when you look at Deion Sanders going to Denver, Colorado, they said that the Bucks' revenue was dead prior to Deion coming. Buffs. So they said when Deion got there, all tickets were sold out. Season ticket holders there was no more tickets available.
Yeah.
They were scalping. It was such a high demand to see a Buffs game that fake tickets were being sold to people. And then they said every restaurant in Colorado around the stadium was packed. All the jersey sales packed. They said bringing in Deion brought $20 million to the one city by itself. Just bringing them in.
Now, if you watch the games, you'll notice at Colorado Stadium, more times than not, the smaller colleges don't have the stadium completely surrounded.
why is that?
Because you got to fill the house. So a lot of times, in like a place like Colorado, you might have the stadium is in an oval shape. You have the both east-west sides have stands, and both of the outside corners, the north and the south, is a lot of open space and other facilities. Exactly. Watch, if he stays there long enough, they're going to do a whole new building. Then they'll sit back here and get greater revenue sales. You go to Ohio State, Michigan. It's 100,000 plus every game. It's completely circled. They make the maximum dollars. A place like Colorado doesn't. But if he stays long enough, they'll get a whole new stadium, circle it up, and make real money.
Primetime television.
Primetime television revenue. Now they're in the Big 12. They'll make more money. They'll get more stands. They'll get more people coming. Everybody makes more bread. So they're going to try to keep him there as long as possible.
Yeah, TV channels make more money. Now you got media making more money.
Paraphernalia, clothing.
You got every restaurant. Hotels are making money. Hotels are sold out.
Dion's making money off some glasses, some shades out. He's getting paid off.
He making off the shades too?
Those are his.
What?
That's his brand. Or he's selling them. Or he's pushing them. He's getting paid off those shades.
He's smart. He's a billboard. Right?
But they're smarter.
Yeah.
Because they own.
Yes, exactly.
They own, yeah.
So all this is happening. We just get back on the marketing and advertising. This is what Jason's doing now. He's a high priest. He's going to talk about the affairs of the scriptures. Remember Eleazar a few weeks ago? Eleazar didn't even want to get involved with Ptolemy Philadelphus. He's, I'm going to do my job here at the temple. I'm going to send 70 men out there to you to help you translate. But I'm going to sit back here and do the Most High's work. Right? Now you got this guy sitting back here and doing a PowerPoint. Showing him how Antiochus, you can make all this money, everything's going to be okay. So he's glossing this guy out, telling him he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. We can make money and all this. But listen, it gets worse. Let's keep going.
It says, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochus.
He says, we're going to stop calling the Jews the Hebrews of Jerusalem. We're going to call them Antiochians. We're going to call Jerusalem Antiochia. That's even worse.
Yeah.
We're going to change the name of the city to Antiochia.
Is the high priest saying this?
Yes.
That's crazy.
The high priest is telling Antiochus Epiphanes, we're going to change the name of Jerusalem and call it Antiochia. Because the funny thing is, when you sit back here and see, when the Greeks come into all these countries, all their names change.
Right, it's talking about the people, right? Not the place. You're talking about the people of the Greek?
Yes. They're going to be called Antiochians.
Yeah.
But where are they? This is what the Greeks do. When the Greeks sat back here and went to Tyre and Zidon, you know what they did? We're going to call this place Phoenicia. This is not Tyre and Zidon anymore.
Isn't that the scripture?
It's Phoenicia.
Okay.
And they keep changing names of all these provinces around them. That's what the Greeks do. So now Jason is saying, I will sit back and spearhead the movement to call Jerusalem Antiochia. Just get me the number one spot. That's the kind of sellout this dude is. It's horrible, man. You're going to change the culture. Listen, Jerusalem has been Jerusalem since the beginning of time.
He's a Jesse Jackson.
Even the Canaanites called Jerusalem Jerusalem.
He's an MLK.
That's strong. That's a strong thing. I'm just saying. Listen, anyway, let's continue.
Verse 10. It says, which when the king had granted.
Hold on one second. Before we go and change it.
It's crazy, man.
Go to Proverbs 22 and 28. So this guy is sitting back here and saying, change the name of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was called Jerusalem since the beginning. Read Proverbs 22 and 28. Once I get this. Yeah, read that.
Proverbs chapter 22, verse 28. Remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set.
Listen, the landmark, the name, the title, the history. We're not supposed to remove and change any of that. Okay?
Even verse 1. Read verse 1.
Proverbs chapter 22, verse 1. He says, a good name is rather to be chosen than great riches.
Yeah, it's valuable. Picking the right name is very valuable. See, a good name kind of sets the tone for the reputation that you want people to be and how you want them to live. You know what I'm saying? It's more. It does have a good name has a lot of value. It says even have more value than what?
It says, and loving favor rather than silver and gold.
But what name is Antiochians?
Nothing, bro.
What value is in that?
Because you just all of a sudden just remove all their culture overnight. All their culture, all the culture that Jerusalem has, this gets flipped upside down and replaced with some white guy that's not going to be there for very long.
All the spiritual acts that the Most High has allowed to happen there. Even when it was called Salem, before Jerusalem. When it was just called Salem. But when you look at going back, the Most High's imprint has been in Jerusalem. But you take the Most High away when you put these Greek names in there.
Mm-hmm.
You take the Most High's presence out of it.
Okay? And that's the point. And there is a significant move by changing the name of this region. Okay? Go to Proverbs 24 and verse 1 through 14.
Proverbs chapter 24, verse 1.
Did I say Proverbs?
Yes, sir.
Salakia. It's not Proverbs, it's Job. My apologies. It's Job
24.
24 verse 1 through 14, I think. Read that.
Job chapter 24, verse 1. Why? Seeing times are not hidden from the Almighty.
He says, seeing times are not hidden from the Almighty. The Most High sees how society is diminishing, how it's deteriorating, how people keep deviating from the Heavenly Father. Read on.
It says, do they that know him not see his days?
Read on.
Some remove the landmarks. They violently take away flocks and feed thereof.
So listen, what was the purpose of Jason taking the landmark name away? It's to do what? It's to feed. It's to get what he wants.
Yes.
Read it again from the top, verse 2.
That makes sense.
Job 24, verse 2.
It's not for no reason.
It's not. I'm not just going to change the landmark and change Jerusalem to Antioch for no reason. Read on.
Some remove the landmarks. They violently take away flocks and feed thereof.
Because they're feeding for themselves. The purpose of changing these landmarks, changing these names, changing the culture is to feed. It's to get what they want out the deal. Read on.
And it says they drive away the ass of the fatherless. They take the widow's ox for a pledge.
Everything they're doing, they're making all these moves to self-elevate while leaving the poor defenseless and exposed and susceptible to falling. This is how you know, and this is even if you look at it on a small level. When you see moves that you're making and how they pull you away and how they put you in a position to where the body gets neglected, that's how you know you got to step away from that endeavor. Endeavors that you have control over that are pulling you away from the body and pulling you away from being a service to the body lets you know that's not where you're supposed to be.
It's the wrong endeavor.
And what he's saying is these people that are pushing for their way, they're affecting the sick. And they don't really give a damn about who they affect. Whether it's changing landmarks and making decisions that negatively affect their people. Read on.
Verse 4. It says they turn the needy out of the way. The poor of the earth hide themselves together.
Because of the policy changes that Jason and Simon are shooting for. The poor get affected. Read on.
Behold, as wild asses in the desert, go they forth to their work, rising betimes for a prey.
And listen, everything is about them getting what they want. And them coming up. Read on.
It says, the wilderness yieldeth food for them and for their children.
Mm-hmm. What they're saying is the whole world is only a place where them and their family can benefit. Read on.
They reap everyone his corn in the field.
They reap other folks' corn for themselves, for their own benefit. But this is what these policies are doing. Who's going to pay for all these hundreds of talents? There's 360 talents of gold or silver. Who's paying for that? You think he's paying for that? The people are going to have to pay that 360 talents to promise to give to Antiochus Epiphanes. He's not coming out of pocket for that. Nobody's asking who has to lose so that this guy can get his money. Who's paying those 80 talents? Who's paying those at 150 talents from the gym? All that's coming from the people. You ever see businessmen? They sit back and have all these plans, and they use the people's money, use taxpayer money to get these jobs done.
Oh.
This is why people get so mad about these sporting events. All these millionaires, they're getting the benefit, but the taxpayers pay for the stadium.
And then they classify themselves as a non-profit like the NFL.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that they privatize. When it's non-profit, they don't have to declare their earnings and income.
Listen,
Wow.
you know
And
the
they're
Lakers.
untaxed.
The Lakers got money off that PPP loan. Now.
That was dirt. That was dirty.
Yeah.
The Lakers got a couple million off the PPP loan, and it came out. It's oh, I'm sorry, we'll get the money back.
They sent it back.
Like whoa, nobody would have said nothing. You was taking that PPP loan too, and you was gonna sit back here and be corrupt. But this is what people get mad about. They said the city got to get taxed for this $200 million stadium, and you don't got to come out of pocket at all for it. But this is what's happening. But you're getting all the profit.
Yeah, or gentrification, because those stadiums are usually built in inner city areas,
Exactly.
and then those inner city areas, the city commandeers that area and calls it eminent domain,
Yep.
where we come in and take over those houses, and you're forced to leave your 100-year, 200-year ancestral home that your great grandparents had, and they're gonna get it. They'll pay you for it. They'll pay you $30,000 for it. But then when they come and build their stadiums and their new streets and parking lots and new pavilions and Starbucks and all these different hotels around it, that property is now $700,000. So you can never go back to your community. Say they bought it for the low, buy it for cheap, sell it for high, and then they bring in no more revenue that way.
So you lose grandma's house anyway.
You're gonna lose
Because you can't pay the taxes.
can't pay the taxes.
And then they'll just get you later.
Yep.
They'll break you on the back end when your taxes are quadruple.
Yeah, $10,000 a year,
Yes.
$15,000 a year.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus 13:19, not the breakdown, right?
I don't think so.
13:19, okay.
But just think about this. The city has to pay for a stadium that they don't get any profit sharing in. That's crazy.
That's why I don't understand people like you disagree with the Bible, bro.
Is Ecclesiastes what, sir?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13, verse 19.
How
Okay,
can you disagree with the Bible when it's so accurate to human behavior for thousands of years? It's consistently accurate in every arena.
Yeah.
But you're gonna say you're not sure about the Bible. You're tripping, bro. Let's read it.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 13, verse 19. As the wild ass is in the lion's prey.
Stop. As the wild ass. What is in wild ass when it's the lion's prey? What is that? Basic term. Huh?
What's the question?
It says, as the wild ass is the lion's prey. A wild ass is a source of what? Food. Simple as that. Read.
It says, in the wilderness.
In the what?
Wilderness.
Read on.
So,
Now it's saying you that, look at this metaphor. Like a wild ass is food for a lion, which is a predatory animal. Read.
the rich
The rich do what?
eat up the poor.
It's not really about the lion and the ass, but it's about the predatory relationship between the rich and the poor. The rich look at the poor or the common people as food, as some type of resource. I don't care what damage I do. I don't care how they are affected. This whole breakdown of story and theme is the same point in the scripture. I don't care about the history. I don't care about the landmarks. I don't care about the name of the city. I don't care about the heritage. I don't care about the people. I don't care about the families. I don't care about the poor. I don't care about the suffering. The ideal after this. It's about me feasting and feeding, like worse in the scripture. It's about me feeding. But this is the relationship between the rich and the poor. That was it.
Baruch chapter 1, verse 15.
Root 1 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
Baruch chapter 1,
Through 18.
15 through 18. Baruch chapter 1, verse 15. He says, and ye shall say to the Lord, our power belongeth righteousness.
It said, yeah, the Most High, to the Most High belongeth righteousness. Go ahead.
But unto us
It said, but what do we get in return? Read.
the confusion of faces.
So when the names of the places change,
Yes.
when the landmarks change,
Yep.
when the history and the culture changes,
Exactly.
and it's no longer identified by those ancestral names which represent monumental moments throughout history, then what is the people left with?
Confusion of faces.
Then you don't know where home is.
Exactly.
You don't know where home is. You don't know where. That's why even the idea that Jerusalem is home to us, should we argue now whether we're called African Americans, Latin Americans, but those aren't titles of people. Those aren't God-given names of people.
Yes.
African American, and then you argue, well, I'm not an African American. I'm an Asiatic black man.
Okay.
Well, I'm a mestizo, or I'm a Latino. I'm a Ladino,
Yeah.
or I'm a Chicano, or now we got all these. Why is there now an argument about who the hell we are based upon how land dynamics, geography has changed by corrupt leaders? The only thing that separates us is the border. So now, don't call me Mexican. I'm an American. But we got the same, our grandmother comes from the same place. We eat the same food, we listen to the same music. But don't call me Mexican. I'm born on this side.
That's crazy.
I'm American.
Yeah.
Or don't call me African American, call me black. Brother, well, why is there so much confusion? Because people have come in, dominated the area, changed the names, and then we're the ones left arguing about who the hell we are, not knowing our identity. That's why we got these identity crises and issues going on. I don't even know who the hell I am. Now I'm just gonna call myself I'm just American.
Yeah.
But that's not an ethnicity. That's not an identity. Yes, sir.
I was listening to this program. And Africans now are calling themselves black. They're black Negro.
They're black what?
Negro.
I don't know.
Brother.
Africans are not calling themselves Negro.
But we don't know who we are. But that's what happens when you start changing lands, inducing names on people, putting names on people. They start losing their identity. They start losing who they are.
Yep.
That's why we don't know who the hell we are. We don't know. We just call them colors, negro,
Yeah.
or just whatever. Call ourselves blanco, or call ourselves, negrito, mestizo, whatever. Or I'm Creole. I don't know who the hell I am. You know what I'm saying? But that's what happens when you start changing landmarks and you start removing people and places. Then they're left to try to figure out for themselves who they are. He says, but to us is left what?
Confusion of faces.
Read on.
It says, as it is come to pass this day.
Why? Read on.
Unto them of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem.
That's why all of our people, we got a chart right here on the wall about who the hell these people are because we don't know. We call ourselves Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans. We call ourselves by different names that different masters have given us. Yes, sir.
You're the only people that need a chart.
Yeah, we need a chart because we don't know who we are. Read on.
Verse 16. It says, and to our kings and to our princes.
It says, but we don't know who our kings are. We don't know we call our founding fathers, Jefferson, Lincoln, George Washington. They may not founding fathers. We have slave names. We still got adopted slave names as last names, first names, middle names. Read on.
He says, and to our priests.
Go ahead.
And to our prophets.
Read.
And to our fathers.
So it affects everything. It affects the entire lineage. Being confused. You don't know who your people are. It affects the entire lineage. Read on.
For we have sinned before the Most High.
And why is this? Because we did what?
We have sinned.
Because
we have sinned before the Most High.
This is a curse that was put upon us to allow these Gentiles to come in and take the landmarks, take the old names away, take the people's names away, and give them new names. This was a penalty and a punishment from the Most High. Read.
And disobeyed him.
And that's what happens when we disobey the Most High. We get the names changed. Now we're left confused. Who the hell are we? That's why the first question usually Israel asks is, what's your ethnicity? Who are you? Because we don't know.
So this was about this move that Jason was doing was about to sit back here and detach us from the Most High.
Even more.
When you start changing the name of your country, you're detaching your roots.
Yep.
Well, like this has got to stop. Like I got to stop. I got to nip this at the butt. Just letting these dudes roll. They would sit back here and there will be no remembrance of me amongst my people. Now you understand why the Most High had to sit back here and create such a catastrophe just to get us to value our laws again. This level of extreme had to happen just to get us to say, man, forget this. We got to fight for our laws by all stretch of the imagination. Because this guy in one meeting could have sit back here and changed the culture of that region forever.
I wouldn't have cared.
And wouldn't have cared because he got 15 years of fame. 15 years of money in his pocket. He was already an older man. You don't become a high priest until you have a certain age.
That's facts.
So this guy was going to sell out his people, eradicate the entire culture, just to get a shot to take his brother out of power. And now you know why Seleucus IV didn't want him to be in that position in the first place. Because he didn't have the character
And the question
to
is,
be in that spot.
the question is, what's worse, a sellout or an atheist? What's worse?
Shit, bro, I'm going to say this other guy, this Menelaus was worse. Menelaus was worse than Jason. We're going to read later on that the younger brother was worse than the older brother. It's horrible. So read verse 10 again. I think it's... You finished? I'm so sorry.
No, that's it. Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to 2 Maccabees 4, and let's go to verse 10 again. I mean, verse 9. Was it 9?
7.
No, it was 8. No, it was 9. It was 9.
Oh yeah, we're 9. We're 9. 2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 9. Besides this, he promised to assign 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise, and for the training up of the youth in the fashions of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochus.
Meaning name them. To write them is to name the people of Jerusalem. We're going to name the people Antiochians, and we're going to name the city Antiochus.
Trash.
That means we're going to sit back here and change the culture overnight. We're going to change the culture, the landmark, the history. You ain't going to remember David no more when you name the... Listen, the city was called the city of David for what? For a reason. That explained the history and the best of our people. Now we're going to sit back and not call it the city of David no more. We're going to call it the city of Antiochus Epiphanes.
Or the place of peace.
God.
Yes.
That's not going to be the name no more. We're going to call this Antiochus. This is some of the worst
Which means
things.
nothing.
It means nothing. All it does is feed his ego. Okay, let's go real quick to Josephus, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1.
12, 5. About this time.
This is how treacherous and black-hearted we are. Matter of fact, I didn't even finish when we were going over in Job, but in Job 24, because it showed how we just were sitting back here and taking advantage of people for gain, using them. They would pray, and they were an object that we need to overcome to get what we wanted in the flesh.
Yeah.
But let's read this real quick in Josephus.
Josephus, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. About this time, upon the death of Onias, the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother. For that son...
Now, we're gonna go into how Onias died later. But Jesus got the high priesthood. Read on.
It says, for that son which Onias left, or Jesus the fourth, was yet but an
Onias the fourth.
It's like Onias the fourth.
So, listen, Onias has a son. They sent Onias the fourth to Egypt to protect him. And we're going to read later on about him. There was a prophecy about Onias the fourth that Isaiah talks about. But we'll go into that later. Let's continue.
Was yet but an infant. And in its proper place, we will inform the reader of all the circumstances that befell this child. But this Jesus, who was the brother of Onias, was deprived of the high priesthood by the king.
By the king Seleucus IV. Jesus was not allowed to be the top dog for a reason. He had loose morals, and he wasn't great for the people. Read on.
Who was angry with him, and gave it to his younger brother, whose name was also was Onias.
So Onias the third got the position that Jason was supposed to get. Read on.
For Simon had these 3 sons, each of whom the priesthood came, as we have already informed the reader. This Jesus changed his name to Jason.
So Jesus changed his name to Jason. He was the oldest. Read on.
But Onias was called Menelaus.
No, the other Onias changed his name to Menelaus, and we're going to read about him very soon. Read on.
Now, as the former high priest, Jesus raised a sedition against Menelaus, who was ordained after him, the multitude.
That's all I want from them. We'll go into that in a little bit. We'll go into that in a little bit. Let's continue in Josephus. Matter of fact, how far? Let's go back to Job 24. Let's finish that. I think we're in verse 5. Let's get to verse 6 now.
Job 24, verse 6.
It's these same people that remove landmarks. Read on.
Job 24 and 6. It says, they reap every one his corn in the field, and they gather the vintage of the wicked.
It is like you know the wicked are around when they keep benefiting off everybody else's work. Read on.
Parasites.
Yeah.
Verse 7. For they cause the naked to lodge without clothing, that they have no covering in the cold.
All these policies are going to leave Israel high and dry. Read on.
Verse 8. It says, they are wet with the showers of the mountains.
That's crazy. I mean, they have no protection and covering overnight. And you're going to sit back here, and because of these policies, you have to deal with that dew and that cold and that wetness that comes from not having protection of your own. Read on.
And embrace the rock for want of shelter. They pluck the fatherless from the breast and take a pledge of the poor. They cause him to go naked without clothing, and they take away the sheep from the hungry.
And this is talking about the wicked in general. The spirit of the wicked. This is why when Christ was talking to the Pharisees, he said, ye are of your father the what?
The devil.
He was talking to black people when he said that. You read Job 8 and 44. He says, you have your father the devil, and his works is what you'll do. Listen, it's the spirit of anybody that puts their own ambition over their people, or over the people in general. We know it's Esau, but it's not exclusive to Esau. Israel has a habit of sitting back here and crapping on their people all the time. Read on.
It's not new.
It's not new just in Edomite. Read on.
Verse 11. Which make oil with their walls, and tread their winepresses, and suffer thirst.
Everybody's going to suffer thirst to pay Antiochus this extra money so that this one man, Jason, can get to the top. The people are going to have to pay this debt. They're going to have to suffer. They're going to have to go without. Don't forget, they're already being highly taxed. The taxation is going to keep getting higher to pay this man Antiochus. Read on.
Verse 12. Men groan from out of the city.
This is what's about to happen. The Korban money was attacked. The poor get poor and the rich get what?
Richer.
This is why the Most High is going to take out this country for the same reason. We can easily see that. We just can't see how these corrupt policies, we did it too. And this is why he destroyed us. Read on.
And the soul of the wounded crieth out. Yet the Most High layeth not folly to them. They are of those that rebel against the light. They know not the ways thereof, nor abide in the paths thereof. The murderer, rising with the light, killeth the poor and needy.
The murderer rises with the light, killing the poor and the needy. Read on.
And in the night is as a thief.
Whether it's Jason or Simon, nobody is stopping until they get what they want. They don't have this money in their pocket. Jason is a high priest. How is he going to collect this money? How is he going to have access to this money? The only way to do so is to extract it from the poor and from the people. They got to suffer so he can come up. So let that go. And let's go back now to Josephus, chapter 4, paragraph 10 now.
Josephus chapter 4.
Did I say Josephus?
Yes, sir, you did.
I'm sorry, man. 2 Maccabees 4.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 10.
You know what? Before you jump there, give me 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 11 through 14. My apologies.
First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 11.
Read that.
In those days went there out of Israel wicked men.
And there's no doubt Israel's wicked. Simon was wicked. His whole faction was wicked. Jason was wicked. His faction was wicked. Read on.
Who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
That doesn't even make sense. They never were a part of them.
Ever.
But the way they're spinning it is because we're not with them is why we're in a messed up condition. That's what they're spinning. If we're not with them in complete allegiance with them, we can't succeed in life. This is the narrative that Jason and Simon and all these guys are using, and they're persuading the masses to see the same thing.
But they personally can't succeed.
I know.
Like they want to.
It's like what Nimrod did to convince the people. Listen, you got to tap into your independence and power.
Yeah.
You don't need the Most High to be successful. You just got to fear me. So now instead of fearing the Most High, you got to fear man to find success. The poor were still going to suffer.
It benefits.
Regardless. So they're saying, listen, man, if we sit back here together and lock into the Greek way, we'll all eat. But what he's not saying is who's going to pay this 360 talent debt of silver? Y'all going to pay it. We're all going to come up. Who's going to pay the 80 talents? Y'all going to pay it. But we're going to come up.
Exactly.
Who's going to pay these gym fees? Y'all going to pay it. But we're all going to come up as a group. Because you're going to get a stadium over there. Keep going.
Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward therein,
So disobedient. Read on.
that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
But you see how First Maccabees gives a broader explanation. Second Maccabees gives you more detail. The license, well, listen, Antiochus gave him license because you don't get a cut off the deal.
You're gonna win. Huh?
This is about the Hellenistic way, but the Hellenistic way was a way to get paid. It was about money and greed. That was first. And then the compromising in the Hellenistic ways was cool. I'll do whatever I got to do to get paid. Just like Jake does now. I'll compromise right and wrong to get a buck. Read on.
Verse 14. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
Then they sat back here and built that gym. And we know those gyms were new gyms. And women weren't allowed.
So the
So
background.
that's even the worst.
The background element is.
So it's just hairy dudes in a gym working out and lifting weights out.
Doing deals.
Mhm.
So how
They weren't just doing deals.
listen,
I'm just saying.
How do you close a
There
business
were
deal?
bad deals being.
How do you close a business deal in a naked gym? Is the question.
I don't want to know the answer to that question. I don't want to know the answer to that question. I don't want to hear that. I'm like la 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 la, like do the monkey like CeeLo Evil.
I'm gonna tell you a word. I'm gonna tell you something that I learned. I learned this. This is pretty weird. It's bad. Check out.
Why you gonna
No, you don't. We got kids in here, man.
Okay, next time.
You gonna go explicit, man?
No. It's history.
Are these the tales that you tell so well?
No. Nothing kind of tell. I'll tell you in the back. But
Okay.
how
Romans
Romans seal business deals. It's called testimonium. from testas,
I didn't know that.
yeah, but it's a Latin word.
Okay.
The Latin word testimonium comes from the word testes.
I know what testes is.
And why does testimonium and testes go together? Because they do a business deal. They do the business deal instead of shaking hands like we shake hands.
No way.
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna say it directly, but the way you shake hands, we're gonna shake hands like this, and we hold hands. We say the deal. When you do a business deal in Latin, testimonium from testes, the custom is we hold. That's what the terminology. You got me by the.
No
by
way.
by that situation.
Yeah.
That's that term, that wording comes from how they signed deals, how they did deals. I trust you, you trust me. Let's talk, and then we shake hands, but without hands. That's how they did their deals. That's a Latin custom.
Bro. So listen, this is all happening. Well, you have access to it.
Ain't no deal worth that, man.
Ain't no deal with that.
Let's do a deal.
Gotta do a fist bump out, or gotta give you elbow out?
Yeah.
Dang. But
I trust you.
I bet you do. But so read where we at, verse 12 or 13?
15.
Well, we got a multi-partner deal. So now you got to.
Make sure there's trust. All we have is us.
Yeah. That's not good.
That's the worst. So why are you opening? You're a high priest opening this door.
I know, because he don't give a damn about the high priesthood. He wants his power out. Now let's go back to verse 10 in 2 Maccabees.
2 Maccabees,
Chapter 4.
chapter 4, verse 10. He says, which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion.
Greekish fashion. The name of the city was getting changed. The city got changed, to Antiochia.
Yep.
He was like, from here on out, we're going to be called Antiochians. This was actually happening before the temple got trashed. So now do you understand why the Most High like, forget this, I'm trashing this whole damn thing. We were walking around the city. This ain't Jerusalem no more, man. It's Antiochia. We're going to throw the A up.
Exactly.
A-town down now.
Exactly.
This is A-town now.
Yeah.
This is serious. This is the truth. This is happening in real time. So once again, Antiochus Epiphanes, the way you read 1 Maccabees 1, you just think that Antiochus had beef from the jump.
Oh, it was his design.
It is. He's sitting back here in his palace, and you got this sucker coming to him out with deals. I promise you, we're gonna call it in your name.
Yep.
Cool. Do it then. So what he's doing is, this is the first deal that we read about that he broke. He broke the deal between him and Onias III. This is how he is treacherous. You're not supposed to change these deals, because you're going to read later on how he had respect for Onias III. Well, how do you have respect for Onias III on one hand, and then switch up and do a double deal and put your brother ahead of you?
Because about winning.
Well, but that's the point. But you know what the crazy thing is? Who's playing who? Is Antiochus playing them? Or is the Jews seeing how Antiochus is and they're using him to get what they want? Or how about it's both? They're both playing each other.
It's favor for a favor.
Antiochus is using the corruption. Antiochus is taking advantage of the corruption in Jerusalem.
Yes.
And the Jews are taking advantage of the corruption in Antiochus. They're both exploiting each other.
Classic
because
classic.
when we get to it and we get to Daniel's 11, it focuses on the manipulation from Antiochus' perspective and how Antiochus was an exploiter of people and how he was corrupt. And we know Antiochus was corrupt. Daniel's 11 gives you that perspective. 2 Maccabees 4 gives you the perspective of how corrupt we were and how we took advantage of his corruption. And they understood very early that Antiochus was about, I will give up the power in a region based on the highest bidder. So now you got a bidding war in Jerusalem and all the surrounding countries to come to him to do deals that benefit him.
Yeah, because we're going to him for a license to sin.
But no other Greek king was doing that. And that's when you read in Daniel's 11, he didn't do what his forefathers did. Hold that real quick. Go to Daniel's 11. I'm just going to pop in and pop out with this point. Daniel's 11 and verse 24.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 24. He shall enter peaceably, even upon the fattest places of the province. And he shall do that which his fathers have not done, nor his fathers' fathers. He shall scatter among them the prey and spoil and riches.
So he said Antiochus did what his fathers never did. Antiochus III said, I'm going to put in position and power the most upright and the most pious of these people that I can trust. That's what Antiochus III did. That's what Seleucus Nicator, his father, did. And this is what Seleucus IV did. I'm going to put the most trustworthy, honorable men in positions of power. Antiochus wasn't that kind of guy. I'm going to put the most ambitious, crooked guy at the top. Those are the guys who I'm going to promote. Antiochus was opposite of his father and his grandfather. It just shows, and what's crazy is how spot on the prophecy was. This was still written during the time of the Babylonians and the early Persian and Median Empire. Daniel was like, this guy Antiochus is going to sit back here and not be like his father or his father's father. If you can't see that the Bible is spot on, I don't know what to tell you. Well, this is prophecy saying, man, listen, Antiochus, his whole way of doing things is going to be opposite. The Greeks were honorable at one time and respected principled men.
Yes.
Antiochus is like, I don't respect principled men. I don't respect Onias III. I want a double deal. I want guys who are going to give me the highest deal. I'll take that. That's how he was different. He didn't honor our piety in the Most High because he wasn't that kind of guy. So, but once again, there's two sides to paint this picture. He's corrupt. He wasn't like his fathers, and neither were these niggas in Israel like their fathers either.
Exactly. He had an affinity for his lobbyists.
Come on.
Whoever was lobbying for him and going to bring in some revenues, he'll change the laws. He'll adjust the law.
Come on.
You want stiffer prison sentences because you just built a new prison? Well, what are you going to do for me to change the law?
You're going to give me some kickbacks in? You're going to give me some kickbacks?
Am I getting shares of the new prison, of the new privatized prison? I'll change the law.
What I'll do is I'll put my son on the board.
Yeah.
Put my son on the board
of directors.
And I'll get money that way.
Yeah.
That's how Biden is getting kickbacks from his son because his son is one of the CEOs of a major corporation and firm in Ukraine. There's a major firm in Western Ukraine that his son is one of the chairman of. So his son gets money and kicks back his dad 10% of the money.
Get a percentage.
10% to the big guy. That's what they say. That's what his son said. Hey, I gotta get 10% to the big guy, and we're good. Same thing with Pelosi has a son on the board of a company of the major
computer chip
manufacturer in Taiwan. So she gets her money through her son. It's a game. So we'll back policy to back you as long as I get money from a backdoor way. But this mentality is what Antiochus Epiphanes was, and that most said this guy is a corrupt and vile person. He says these guys are wicked.
You know, Don King was wrong, because Don King said only in America, but actually it was in Jerusalem too.
Yeah, Jerusalem.
Facts.
It was in Jerusalem. It was in all the Greek provinces that controlled our land.
So just for record, Daniel's 11 is showing the wickedness from the perspective of Antiochus. 2 Maccabees 4 and 3 is showing the wickedness from our perspective. But it's wickedness either way. Okay? So when it said in Daniel's 11, it says, he shall scatter them among the prey and spoil and riches. How is he scattering the people? By taking the highest bidder. He's destroying the city. The city is falling apart at its seams, and he's fueling that by allowing these negative factions and angle to corrupt the city and to destroy the city. He don't give a damn about the caliber of the city. You don't care about political correctness and keeping the structure in order. You don't care about that. If you give me bread, I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna take care of you. That's it. And then what you're gonna read is Jason's gonna get outbid down the line too by a bigger beast too. Anyway, it's horrible, man. Let's get back to 2 Maccabees, chapter 4, verse 11.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 11.
Matter of fact, read 10 again.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 10. Which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion.
So, listen, so now the Tobias were just pushing the Greek fashion. Mm-hmm. Now the high priest, in his example, convinced the majority of the people to side with the Greek way. Don't forget, the Tobias, there was already a faction pushing the Greek zone. Now you got the high priest, Onias III, at this point got kicked out. Onias got kicked out the top spot, and you're going to read later on that Onias got sent out to another city. So he's out of there, bro.
No influence.
Onias is out the city. The one man who was living right and pushing for righteousness' sake, we don't want you here no more. Your services are no longer required,
He's
sir.
a political exile.
Pack your bags and get stepping. Now, who's going to defend Jerusalem at this point? It's Greek town now. Huh?
Yeah.
The whole city is gone Greek. Now you got Jason walking around with togas. And if Jason is walking around with togas, the people are going to start walking around with togas.
That's next.
Now the whole city is going to be corrupted because the last faction just got eradicated in one fell swoop.
Man, it said one sinner destroyed much good.
Yes,
That's facts.
but this is like 5 sinners destroyed. It's worse than that. The whole crew is messed up. I want to go to a verse. Go to Proverbs 28:2. I missed this one.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 2.
Let me make sure I get there. Proverbs 28:2. Read that, sir.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 2. For the transgression of a land, many are the princes thereof.
He says, you know when a city's about to fall apart when there's a bunch of princes in one area. When there's a bunch of princes in a city, the transgression of the city is on the way. And that's when you're reading right now. There was 3 princes. Onias III, because the scripturally we read it over different times, that the princes were the high priest. Okay? So there was Onias III, and he was pushing the spiritual faction and the spiritual position. You had his brother Jason was pushing Helenism. And what you're going to read is that Simon was affiliated with Menelaus, and he was pushing a different faction. So you got 3 different factions and mindsets in one city. And when you see all these different directions that a city or a camp is being run by, just know that the transgression of the land is evident right there. Because there's no unity, there's no solidarity, there's not one frame of mind that keeps everybody intact, and it's the beginning of the end. And then when the king's decree came in and says, you know what? I don't want Onias. I don't want the righteous man. I want the guy that's about that money and about paying me. All of a sudden, the righteous influence is gone. The Greek influence is going full throttle. The taxation has risen up. The people are more oppressed. The poor are suffering more. And the whole city is changing its mindset. So, read on in verse 2.
But by a man of understanding and knowledge, the state thereof shall be prolonged.
If there's one vision and one mindset, the city, the camp can be sustained. When there's multiple different directions that the leadership takes things, it's a matter of time before things fall apart. Okay, let's go back to 2 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 10 again.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 10. It says, which when the king had granted, he had gotten, it says, which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hand the rule.
And this is a major thing. When he got the rule, like I said, righteousness and the defenders of righteousness got eliminated. That means the entire high priesthood was having to do what now? It wasn't just Jason. If he was the high priest and the head, as the head is, so are the what?
Officers.
So all the other priests were starting to wear what?
Togas, man.
They was wearing togas in the altar, right?
Crazy.
Greek fashion.
Greek fashions and outfits. The high priest was sitting back here and wearing these Greek outfits, performing the ceremonies at the temple. And the Jews saw them every single day wearing Greek clothes. And then you can only put two and two together. They started having shops right next to the temple. Greek clothes shops. You know what's happening, that? Get your togas, man. This is the new shit. Sandals and togas, man.
This is the direction we're going.
This is what we're doing.
Yep.
And then that became popular. And you look up and the entire fashion changed. The culture changed. Jason said, listen, we're Antiochians now. We are not Jews. We're not Jews. We're Jews, but we're Antiochians. They're changing the entire mentality and the culture overnight. Overnight. And you think Simon was anti that? He was like, hell yeah, let's do it. So all the leadership is pushing one direction now. On the wicked side. Read on. I keep saying it over and over again because I'm trying to set the tone for why the Most High has to come in and do away with it all. There was no more righteous men pushing righteous approaches. Read on.
It says, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion.
Now listen. Jump to verse 13. No, I'm sorry. 14. And then I'm going to go back up to verse 11. Read verse 14.
Verse 14. That the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar.
This is what ends up happening. Now the priests don't want to do their jobs at the temple. Why sit back here and sacrifice for sins when everybody is sinning? And it's just a deliberate sin. Now the entire culture of the city is to do what you want to do.
Yep.
Then why are we doing any of this?
Yep.
Why are we doing this temple stuff?
That's called peer pressure.
Come.
That's when you see everybody around you folded and giving in and compromising righteousness. And then you say to yourself, why am I still holding on to this Jewish way of life when nobody cares?
Nobody's coming to the altar to sacrifice anymore. They're not giving up their animals.
What's the point?
Well, why give up animals if you're sitting back here and living like Greeks?
Yeah.
That means you're saying these laws don't matter no more. So if these laws don't matter no more, then why am I acting like I'm sinning? I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not going to go sit back here and ask for forgiveness for sins. So if the Jews, the people ain't giving no offerings, why are the priests doing their job? Then everybody loses motivation to do anything spiritual. So if the priests aren't doing their job, the people aren't bringing offerings, then what's happening in the city? It's complete corruption.
A whole lot of abomination too.
It's a whole lot of wickedness. What's the purpose of doing any of this thing? Any spiritual nothing. And so now all of a sudden, the sin is starting to what? Magnify and amplify. And all of a sudden, I had to purge the city because there's too much sin in the city.
Too much sin.
Now I got to purge it all. What then? You know what? Who destroyed the temple first? We didn't want to go to the temple.
Yep.
We didn't want to go to the temple, and we didn't want to serve at the temple. So the Most High like, why have a temple then? Then let me destroy this shit.
What's the point of a temple?
What's the point of y'all having it if y'all don't want it?
Now we got contrast because we're looking at the sentiment we're in now. We all got to travel back to when we lost the temple, and we cried when we got the foundation. It took a long period of time to just to rebuild the foundation of the temple.
Got it.
And the temple was smaller than the grand nature of it in the beginning.
Yep. But the Most High is like, if y'all don't want it, then I'm gonna take it away. I'm gonna take it all the way. Then
You
you don't want it anyway. Why am I going this direction? Because all we talk about is how the evilness of the evil white man came in and destroyed the temple. He defiled the temple. He offered sacrifice of pork flesh in the temple. He's such a wicked person. We didn't want to go up there and give our sacrifices.
Wow.
We didn't care about it. Now we tripping that they put the altar of Zeus inside of it.
Yeah, it was.
Now we're tripping.
Just a matter of time.
You didn't want it there. You didn't want to go there anyway. You didn't give a crap about the temple. We didn't care about the temple. Now we're tripping. Oh, they put Zeus in there. You were starting to follow Zeus. How about that?
On your own.
You think it was just fashion that we were sitting back here and mimicking with the Greeks? It was just the gems? It was the culture we were embracing. It was their ideology we were embracing. And now we're going to sit back and be so appalled that Antiochus put the Greek damn temple gods in there? And we're tripping on that? This is what we wanted leading up to the Most High letting it happen.
So I'm going to give you what you want.
What you say, which through your actions, you're asking for. Don't cry now. Don't cry now that Antiochus is rolling on y'all. Don't trip. This is what you asked for.
Yep.
Y'all didn't revolt when Jason got elevated.
Nope. But you going to vote now.
Was there a revolt now? Was there a revolt then? There was no revolt. They just started wearing Greek clothes.
I got permission.
Start giving in.
They started doing it. And then the priest said, forget it. I'll wear Greek clothes. Let's all do Greek then. Forget it.
What happened to the fringes then?
Listen, they weren't there. This is
You
the
know,
whole
one brother
point.
probably put fringes on the top.
Anybody? Yeah.
That's all one brother does
Yeah.
that.
I'm trying to be spiritual.
But you see the point? Listen, we said forget doing this God thing a long time before the abomination of desolation happened.
Yeah.
We said forget doing offerings, forget our culture. We're going to call ourselves Antiochians. We're going to call ourselves Greeks.
It was already done, huh?
It was happening before the physical destruction of the temple happened. The temple was already destroyed before physically it fell apart. And it was burned and violated and defiled. That was just a physical representation of what we already did spiritually to the Father.
Yeah.
You see how we don't want to look at it that way though? We want to pin the victim as the Greeks.
More
And we
victims.
want to sit back and make the story like it's just a one-sided, they came here and they were so wicked. No, it wasn't just Jason and a band of bad guys. It was Jason. It was his brother. It was a Tobias. It was the elites.
And you were complicit.
And
The
everybody
people.
else faded in and gave in to the peer pressure. And that was how it went down.
We paint ourselves to be the victims, right?
Yes. We want to paint ourselves like we're the victims. And these outside invaders came in here and just did us wrong. And that's not how it went down. At least initially. We hadn't even gotten to the abomination of desolation. We're only in verse 11. And we are the authors of all of this wickedness that brought to us because we wanted an easier path. We wanted comfort.
Sounds like Jews, huh?
Sound like us.
I want something easy.
Rome.
This is too much. This is overboard.
Remember Simon said the bad is coming to us because Onias is so zealous of the law?
Yep.
Anyway, verse 10 again.
2 Maccabees chapter 4 verse 10 says, which when the king had granted and had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion.
Then give me verse 14.
14. That the priest had no courage to serve anymore at the altar.
Listen, it takes courage to stand up for what's right. And they got overwhelmed because now the majority wanted to go Greek. This one the Most High said, forget it. The majority gave in. So when the majority gave in to the Hellenistic Greek way, and they were calling themselves Antiochus, then the priesthood broke down. They lost courage to stand up for what was right. Because you know what happens when you have a handful of people that want to do right and everybody else wants to do wrong? What ends up happening? Jake gets beat up and killed. The ones that want to do right, they're going to get targeted now.
Yeah.
And Jake, the negative ones, surround them and bully them and put pressure on them so that they break.
Every time.
That's what Jake does.
It's two sides. It's like the priests are like, dang, that's a whole lot of them and not so much us. But then on the Jake side, the negative side, it's like, man, we got so much of us, so little of them. Let's go strong arm these dudes real quick.
This is what Manasseh did. King Manasseh did. They ended up killing Isaiah and all the righteous men. They were groups of goons that looked for people who wanted to keep the law. They were killing them. That was literally in Jerusalem back in the day. And now the same mob mentality is happening. The priests stopped having courage, stand up for what's right. And they're like, forget this. Read verse 14 again.
Verse 14, 2 Maccabees 4 and 14. That the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but despising the temple.
They end up despising the temple. Despising the work. Despising their calling. They end up despising their calling, man. And want to know and are wondering why the Most High destroyed the temple. Because we despise the temple. He destroyed the temple because we didn't want it anyway. And we didn't value it anyway. We despised it. That's a heavy word. It wasn't, which lets us know, it wasn't just a fear thing. It wasn't just I'm afraid of the many. It was I'm not comfortable. I'm tired of doing this. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too hard.
I don't want to live this life.
I don't want to. The priest didn't want to live the life. So if the priest didn't want to live life, what do you think the people were going to do? They were going to despise the temple also. We despised the temple before the Most High took the temple away from us. They were crying that the temple was taken from us. Pick and choose what you want. You either want the temple and the discipline that comes with it, or you don't want the temple. Why are you crying now? We're so full of you know what. We don't want to serve. What we're crying is the Most High took away the thing that we despise anyway.
From the beginning.
Read on.
It says, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifice.
Then the sacrifices stop happening. That's the only thing keeping the Most High's mercy from destroying us.
It's like talking to your friends on the way. It's like, hey, are you going up to go sacrifice? And they're like, you develop a routine. You got your friends. Y'all go up, and then slowly but surely, less and less people are going. Are you going? No.
I'm not going. Then nobody's going. The priest, and then when you go, the temple is closed.
Yep.
There ain't no temple. Ain't no sacrifice. The doors are closed. Doors are closed.
I came for the truth.
And the truth wasn't there.
The truth wasn't there.
Exactly. So the doors are closed. The Sabbath fish guy's back.
There you go.
That dude selling fish. Like he's right there ready to go. Remember that fish guy in Nehemiah? The fish man's there. The chicken man, the fish man, all kind of hustles back in the door. Listen, enjoy your wow. I got to be in line all damn day. Like go enjoy your weekend. Now they're enjoying their weekend. They're going to festivals. They're going to plays.
Yeah.
They're going to acting shows where just men are on the acting stage. Playing women and men. That's the Greek way. In those Greek theaters, there were not women actors. It wasn't. Those are little body dudes, little slim dudes. Slim bodies, 5 footers. They was playing the gal parts, and the Israelites were watching that stuff, That's what we started doing, I'm taking my time. I'm trying to show how bad things got. The priest didn't want a priest. Jason was a high priest. You think Jason was doing high priest stuff? That nigga wasn't there. He went at the temple. What for? He got business to do. He got money to make.
I got to count my money.
I got to get my money, Listen, he's trying to get paid. The rest of the priests ain't picking up the slack. They getting tired of doing the priest thing because the high priest ain't doing it. Listen, just imagine I'm sitting here smiling. I'm never in class.
That's great.
Listen, the brothers will keep it going, no doubt. But it becomes a weighing on them. You got my Monday? Cool. I know you got Wednesday too. Cool. Hey, you got my Monday, man? Like, damn, I gotta do it. Listen, hey, get these notes right. Take this Saturday. I ain't gonna be able to make it. Every Saturday I'm not making it. It becomes a burden. It's like, what are you doing? Then decisions got to be made. But if I got Trump's back, and what you gonna do?
What can you do?
That's my point. You can't do nothing. And this is where the priests are at. They're like, man, forget it, man. If he's shutting it down, I'm gonna shut it down.
Yep.
There you go.
It don't make no sense. He don't care whether it's open or not. So why do I gotta take all this responsibility on myself? Then the temple work stops getting done. The sacrificing stops getting done.
Then the temple's closed.
Then the temple's closed.
Who was that king that put the iron bars on the temple?
That was shoot.
I always forget his name. He closed the
He
temple.
closed the doors. He was so mad.
Yeah.
It was damn it. I think it was before Manasseh. Oh man, I forgot.
But that's it.
It was something with an A. No, wasn't it? That was a northern kingdom. It was the father of Hezekiah. It was King Hezekiah's father. I forgot who that was. I know that much. It was the father of King Hezekiah.
Matthew chapter 21. I'm going to bring this point in because it hadn't much not changed by the time we got to Christ. Matthew chapter 21, verse 12 and 13.
Matthew chapter 21, verse 12. And Yahushua went into the temple of the Most High and cast out all them that sold and bought.
So
in the temple.
what happens when nobody cares about righteousness?
Get
They
paid.
sell and buy.
It's about money.
Yep.
It becomes a market.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a marketplace.
That's what I thought.
Who was it?
Ahaz.
Ahaz. Okay.
I knew it was with an A. I just couldn't. It wasn't Ahab. It was Ahaz. Yes.
So when there's no religiosity going on, there's no service going on, it becomes a house of a marketplace. It becomes a business. Read on.
You know why the priest's like, I got to feed my family.
Yeah, we gotta do
I
something.
got to get paid.
I gotta survive somehow.
I got to eat. I got to feed them. That's a song. But keep going now.
Read on.
And overthrew the tables of the money changers.
That's why when Christ came in and saw the condition and how the whole temple had been compromised, that's why Christ came in and just flipped everything over. He said, "Man, this is not. We're not turning this house into a business."
And don't forget what the money changers were. The money changers, there was Jews from all different countries. And what they said is this: we're not going to take your foreign money. You have to buy temple coins.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to buy temple coins at these high exchange rates. So we're going to get a piece of that for the temple, and the other is for your basic obligation. So you're paying more at the temple to pay to the priest than what you need to pay. It's a profit. It's like going and getting, I got pesos and I got to change them into like this crazy ass American dollar, and it really kills. I got to pay more to the priest than what I'm supposed to pay.
So you lose 7-to-1 value.
Yes.
In the currency exchange, just so you could do business in Jerusalem.
And then the priests are pocketing the extra money.
Yeah, and they did that by establishing a universal coin that had a certain amount of silver in it. They said that they set that dinar or that particular I forgot what it's called, that particular coin based upon its silver content. It had so many percentages of like 14 parts silver, and the rest was something else. And so they said that was the best coin to do business with.
They still made a profit.
They classified the currency. They dictated the currency and the value. So if you control the currency, then you control the value of what's being bought and sold. Read.
I lost my. I'm sorry, what verse is that?
You're in verse 12.
Verse 12. Matthew 20 and 12.
You're in Matthew 21, verse 12.
21 and 12. It says that Yahushua went into the temple of the Most High and cast out all of them that sold and bought in the temple.
So if I'm buying and selling, where's my mind at?
Not on the Most High.
It's about the scripture says where a man's treasure is what?
There was
Heart be also.
His heart be also. So when my mind is money motivated, I'm not worried about principles, commandments, statutes, following commandments, teaching, uplifting people, looking out for the poor and sick, the needy, the widows, the fatherless. That's on the back end. All that stuff is on the back end. The widows on the back end, the fatherless on the back end. Where my concern is that how can I get this money? How can I get this product off? How I can obtain wealth and do some exchanges and make some money. But a lot of people's mind frame in a temple, their body is in the temple, but their mind is on their money. That's not something new. So Christ had to come in and do what? He had to come flip everything over. That's what that signifies is that's not what this place is for. It's not a free market for gain. But a lot of people's bodies are here because they look at the free market and the opportunity for gain, for money.
Yep.
But that's not what the temple is for. Read on.
And overthrew the tables of the money changers.
Read on.
And the seats of them that sold doves.
It said, and obviously he had some doves going to birds. Birds was being sold in the temple. Bird gang going on. So he said, man, we got to get these doves out of here too. Doves must have been flipped in the temple for something. I don't know what the doves are worth. I don't know what doves of value are in the temple. But why the hell? I guess that was the ancient form of chicken. You know what I'm saying? They could have been the ancient chickens because you know how people love chicken. But the doves was going obviously at a good rate because there was a market for the doves in the temple. Read on.
Can I get 2 doves?
Yeah, I know, right? Give me the 2-piece.
2 for 1.
Give me a 2-piece. Give me an 8-piece.
I need 2 per.
Get an 8-piece dove with some bread, with some, Read on.
Verse 13. And said unto them,
and what did Christ say?
It is written,
go ahead.
My house shall be called the house of prayer.
What's the purpose of the temple?
My house shall be called the house of prayer.
It's a place to serve the Most High. That is the priority. It's a place to praise the Most High.
Yes.
Do service for the Most High and do the things that He cares about. Read on.
But ye have made it a den of thieves.
But by the time Christ came on the scene, things did not really change much. That den of thieves, like you're just there to rip people off and get a greater leverage over the next person. I'm trying to get over on the next man. That concept was still in motion by the time Christ came to the temple. But what we're reading about is who initiated and brought in that concept. We did.
Oh, no.
It was no longer a house of prayer.
Listen, that verse in verse 14, we despised the altar. We despised the temple. We despised it. The idea of going to work and serving the Most High was a vexation.
Yeah.
Think about that. And the priests were supposed to be the leaders. And the idea of serving the Most High was a vexation of spirit.
You know, it is a commandment to honor the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
But when you leave it to our people, the Sabbath is optional.
Yeah.
Our people like to classify things as optional. And when you give our people a choice, they always choose the latter.
The easy.
You know what? Do I have to go today? They always ask themselves that question. Do I got to go to class today?
Yeah.
Do I have to?
Frumpy act.
Yeah.
Especially the kids act.
Yeah, do I gotta go to class?
Is it mandatory?
Is it mandatory? That's the question that we ask.
Well, men do that too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That
men get from a.
Do I have to go? Yeah.
I don't want to read.
Well, when you give our people options, they're gonna take the weaker choice.
Yep.
They don't take the strong choice. But that's what we do. You let that go in Matthew.
So, with all this being said, read verse 14 again in 2 Maccabees 4.
2 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 14. It says that the priests had no courage to serve anymore at the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise, after the game of discus called them forth.
After the game of discus, talking about after the Olympic Games.
Come on.
So they said everybody stop going to the temple and start going to the gym out. Start working out. Naked workouts out. They weren't wearing this, and they said, we got to take these togas off. It's too hot in here. I'm serious. They were sitting back here. It was a new gym. It was a new gym. It wasn't even togas out. You wore togas on the outside. We in this little box side, we all gonna be we gonna all be together. You gonna see everything.
Don't bring that in
At least thank the Most High for spandex. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, spandex saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it'd still be naked.
God.
Sad,
So what's happening is they stopped going to the temple to go to the gym. This is crazy.
Just the culture and the shift.
And it didn't take long. This guy is admitting this. Just so we have an idea, he was only in power for 3 years.
No way.
Jason, the high priest Jason, was only at the top for 3 years. So within a span of 3 years, the Jews stopped going to the temple. The Jews started hating serving the Most High, hating sacrifices, hating anything to do with the temple and serving God. 3 years. That's all it took to turn everything upside down, topsy-turvy. That's crazy. Hold on. 3 years, and we stopped giving a damn about the Most High just because the high priest and the majority of the rich and the elites wanted to go push Greek Hellenism.
You could have rejected it.
Everybody else, the people just gave in. The high priest gave in. And then all the men were at the gym. Women stay home. We're going to be in this gym with these men, with these bars. We're going to ring out these bars. We're going to show them something out there. Oh, my God. I'm serious. We're going to go into that stuff next week. I ain't going to that today. We're going to go into gym life and that whole arena at another time. I just want to kind of establish the tone of how things are and how the Bible and the law wasn't getting pushed. Repentance for sins wasn't being pushed. The sacrifices weren't being done. We didn't want to be there. And so check out what happens. We didn't want to be there. Our heart wasn't there. So what happens immediately after that? Let's go to verse 11.
2 Maccabees chapter 4, verse 11. He says, and the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews.
Stop. What were those royal favors that was only given to the Jews? Nope. What was those royal favors? We're going to sit back here and supply sacrifices to you daily. We're going to provide the daily sacrifices for you so you can sit back here and send prayers up for us, to look after us, to give providence for us. We'll sit back here and supply the daily sacrifice of the day and the night sacrifice. We'll give you the money for that. Okay? Read that. Just be conscious. That was the gift that the nations gave to us for many years. So keep going.
By means of John, the father of Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome for enmity and aid, he took away and putting down the governments which were according to the law. He brought up new customs against the law.
So now they said, we're going to take away the daily sacrifice. We're going to take away our supporting of the daily sacrifice. And now we're going to start treating you like a Greek nation now.
An adversary.
No, not an adversary. We're going to stop looking at you like this special nation that follows these laws. Now we're going to set Greek laws and impose Greek laws and policy on the country because you're a newly formed Greek territory.
You're a Greek citizen now.
You're a fully formed Greek territory. We're going to change paperwork. You're Antiochians. So now we're going to sit back here and set the laws of how a new Greek state is supposed to operate. We're going to stop giving you the resource to sacrifice to your God because you have rescinded that.
Yep.
We have rescinded the desire to serve the Most High. We did this. So Esau with their paperwork, we're going to sit back and change paperwork. You're no longer Jews. Jerusalem. We're going to change that. Now you're officially Antiochians. Now we have to sit back and give you bylaws to teach you how to live like a proper Greek. So you're going to send new laws and new policies. We're going to send it to your king Jason, and show Jason how to run this municipality because now it's a Greek municipality now. You see how the Most High is completely out of the picture. They are a Greek territory. Did y'all know that? You did?
Well, that's what I meant by contracts.
Well, you're a Greek territory. I was you're a Greek. We're a Greek territory now, and we're viewed upon as by the nations as a Greek territory. This is all before the abomination of desolation. We already were registered before the Maccabees for all that. We were a Greek territory. We went Greek. We went full-fledged Greek. And we wonder why Most High reacted the way he did. Just keep that in mind. Let that go real quick. Go to Ezra chapter 6. This was a significant shift. This was a significant shift in history. That's why I want to take my time because this was significant. We sat back and it was fully Greek all the way. This is horrible. But let's get Ezra chapter 6 verse 1 through 12.
Ezra chapter 6 verse 1. Then Darius the king made a decree.
We gotta go back all the way to King Darius, when King Darius started allowing and paying for our sacrifices. This is when it started. We became a vassal, and King Darius, the leader of the the leader of the Persian Mede Empire, authorized to pay for our sacrifices. Read that.
Ezra chapter 6 verse 1. Then Darius the king made a decree, and search was made in the house of the rolls, where the treasure were laid up in Babylon. And there was found at Acmetha, in the palace that is in the province of the Medes, a roll. And therein was a record thus written. In the first year of Cyrus the king, the same Cyrus the king made a decree concerning the house of the Most High at Jerusalem. Let the house be built, the place where they offered sacrifices, and let the foundations thereof be strongly laid. The height thereof 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 80 cubits, with 3 rows of great stones, and a row of new timber. And let the expenses be given out of the king's house.
So already the financing was established in around the 520 BC time to rebuild the temple. Read on.
And also, let the golden and silver vessels of the house of the Most High, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple, which is at Jerusalem, and brought unto Babylon, be restored, and brought again unto the temple, which is at Jerusalem, every one to his place, and place them in the house of the Most High. Now therefore, Tatanai, governor beyond the river, Sethar, Bonazi, and your companions, the Apracites, which are beyond the river, be ye far from thence. Let the work of this house of the Most High alone. Let the governor of the Jews and the elders of the Jews build this house of the Most High in his place. Verse 8. Moreover, I make a decree what ye shall do to the elder of these Jews.
Right on.
It says, for the building of this house of the Most High, that of the king's goods, even of the tribute beyond the river, forthwith expenses be given unto these men, that they be not hindered.
So from the king's decree, this is King Cyrus, make sure some of my revenues goes into help build this altar, build this temple back, and supply the altar with the sacrifices needed to keep the sacrifices going for the Heavenly Father. This was a decree from King Cyrus all the way down to the present day Greeks that the nations honored. Read on.
Verse 9. It says, and that which they have need of, both young bullocks and rams and lambs, for the burnt offerings of the Most High.
So he said, I know King Cyrus needs young bullocks, rams, and lambs for their burnt offerings daily. So, as the king of Persia, I will supply these animals to the priest to sustain them so they can do the daily sacrifices. This started happening around 522 BC. All the way to Jason the high priest is in power. And now the Romans is like, and the Greeks are like, listen, we're not sending them more resources to them because they're Greeks now. But let's keep going.
It says, in the power of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the appointment of the priests, which are at Jerusalem. Let it be given them day by day without fail.
Without fail, make sure they have what they need resource-wise to keep pleasing the Heavenly Father. Read on.
That they may offer sacrifices of sweet savors unto the power of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and his son.
This was the thinking from King Cyrus all the way down to Seleucus IV of the Greeks. We're going to give these people these animals and pray for us. Pray for the king and his sons. That was the mindset from Persia all the way down to the Greek Empire, Seleucus IV. Keep sitting back here and making these sacrifices so that we can get prayed for and our sons can get looked after. We didn't have to sit back and come out of pocket, but we were saving so much. We had to play our role. Even as vassals, we were supposed to play the role of the righteous, to defend and stand up for what was right. That was what our role was. We were created to serve the Heavenly Father. And when we were serving the Most High, that's how we stayed sustained. But now, that was from 522 BC to approximately 175 BC. Literally 350 years of support of kings was thrown down the drain. 350 years of support from every king and leader, from King Cyrus to present day Antiochus Epiphanes, just got scrapped. Because one king that had a reign for 3 years, one high priest that had a 3-year reign, threw it all in the trash can to get some power, to get some temporary power. It's sad. We blew away 350 years of spiritual stability because we were selfish. And it wasn't just Jason. It was Jason and that entire faction which polluted and spoiled the entire group. It's almost like the Most High sees us in 400-year increments out. And he kind of judges us in these 400-year increments out. It's like a pattern. There was 400 years of the judges, 400 years of the time from Samuel on down to the fall. That's how it is. Then it was 400 years approximately from the time of the fall until the next fall, which was the time of the abomination, desolation. It's all around 400-year pockets. Because if you tie in right after 586 BC when we fell, from that time to now is around 400 plus years. He breaks up in these 400-year spans, and right around that 400-year time, we fall apart. We deteriorate.
They don't take that long.
It don't take very long. It's like every 400-year span, we start glitching. And almost they got to sit back here and break us back down so we can create some kind of zeal to love God again. It's really sad. It's really sad. And I'm gonna go one more verse. Luke. Yeah, I think we got the point. The rest is not needed. Let's go to Luke chapter 20, verse 9 through 19.
Luke chapter 20, verse 9.
Let me get there real quick. It's letting us know we've hit rock bottom as a priesthood. We hit rock bottom really as a priesthood, we hit rock bottom. Now, when we fell in 586 BC, we hit rock bottom as kings and princes, right? Mm-hmm. So then Moses said, okay, kings and princes, you guys had 400 years to lead the nation of Israel. Y'all is dog shit. So now I'm going to sit back here and put it in the priesthoods, excuse me, kids. Now I'm going to put it in the priesthood's hands to lead. Let's see what you guys do for this 400 years.
Princes and
now they're the spiritual princes. Now we're going to read Luke chapter 20, verse 9 through 19, because now the Most High is seeing that the priests were just as corrupt as the princes.
Greedy of gain.
God.
Luke chapter 20, verse 9. Then began he to speak to the people this parable. A certain man planted a vineyard, and led it forth to husbandmen, and went into a far country for a long time. And at the season he sent a servant to the husbandmen, that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard. But
so now this husbandman was supposed to be in charge of this vineyard. Now the scriptures say the vineyard is something about what? The children of Israel. So there was a person that was over the children of Israel. Now we know that the people over the children of Israel at this time were the priests. So now this is that the owner of the land sent somebody to check on the land and get this leader to produce the fruit of the land. It's time for you to give up the fruit of the land. The owner wants his profit. Right? Read on.
But the husbandmen beat him and sent him away empty.
Listen, the person that was supposed to just look over the land and cultivate the land said, you're not going to get any profit. This profit is what?
Mine.
The profit is mine. You're not going to have access. This land is mine. The profit is mine. The land is mine.
The benefits of it.
The benefits of it are mine because I'm over it. And I don't see anybody else over me. So if you want to come get it, you got to come himself. Read on.
Verse 11. It says, and again he sent another servant, and they beat him also, and entreated him shamefully, and sent him away empty.
And this is crazy. The person that's over the land keeps taking advantage of the people that were sent by the owner of the land. The people that ran the land forgot that they were just a placeholder.
Right.
The people that was over the vineyard, they made themselves to be more than what they were supposed to be. You were just supposed to cultivate the land, but you think this land is yours. You think the fruit of the land belongs to you. And how they're treating the people that are coming to collect on the work.
And the people that he sent to collect, those servants were prophets.
They were prophets.
Yes.
There's no doubt. And the prophets were here to make them accountable for their actions. But these guys are like, nah, this is mine. And you're a threat to me. They're looking at the flock of the Most High as like it's theirs to work and manipulate how they want to. Read on.
Verse 12. And again he sent a third, and they wounded him also, and cast him out. Then said the Lord of the vineyard, what shall I do?
Because the Lord of the vineyard is like, dude, I want my fruit. I want my fruit. Why is this guy acting like the fruit's his and not mine?
That's a good question.
The Most High is asking us, the leaders, why do the leaders think that the people are theirs to be controlled and they're not the Lord's? We're supposed to just be the overseers of the people to make sure they're connected to the Heavenly Father. Why do these people think they're more than that? This is where the Most High is looking at the Pharisees this way, and he's looking at what? These Israelites, like Jason and Simon, who are only interested in using them to come up. It's the same concept. Read on.
I will send my beloved son. It may be they will reverence him when they see him.
If I bring my son down, because the prophets ain't working, Onias the third ain't working, they ain't listening to him. If I bring my son, maybe they'll listen to him and respect him and get them focused on cultivating this land and cultivating this fruit for me. It's really for me.
Yeah.
Read on.
But when the husbandmen saw him, they reasoned among themselves, saying, this is the heir. Come, let us kill him, that the inheritance may be ours.
And this is what happened with Christ. The Pharisees like, if we kill him and get him out the way, the priesthood remains in our power forever. And we keep the control of the people forever. And we have the best opportunity to get rich and prosperous forever. Read on.
Verse 15. So they cast him out of the vineyard and killed him. What, therefore, shall the Lord of the vineyard do unto them?
So do you think the Most High or the owner of the vineyard is going to not sit back here and deal with this issue himself? Read on.
He shall come and destroy these husbandmen, and shall give them, or give the vineyards to others. And when they heard it, they said, Most High forbid.
They said, hell no. They said, no, it ain't. Because the Most High said he's going to get rid of the owner of the husbandman, the wicked husbandman, and bring in others. The question is, who's the others? Now, what he's saying, look, I'm not going to spoil it. Keep reading.
Verse 17. And he beheld them and said, What is this then that is written? The stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner.
So what is he saying? The son that was rejected is really the foundation of what's to come. Christ's example ends up becoming the foundation of what we're supposed to follow from here on out. Which lets us know if Christ is the foundation and the head cornerstone, what happened to all the priests and the priesthood concept that happened before him? He's doing away with it. He's moving away from that priesthood because the priesthood showed that they're not about the people and that they're not proper stewards to his children. Just like the princes proved that they weren't proper stewards to the people. Moses had to move away the idea of the princes and kings. Now he has to move out the idea that this priesthood was this family and line of priests was the only spiritual tether to the Most High. You're like, these guys have shown through their actions that they're not a tether to the Most High. So I got to move that out the way and now work with Christ and anybody that's Israel that's tethered to Christ. Now they're the ones you got to follow. You see how the standard and the expectation of leadership is evolving based on the works of these multiple generations of men. You know the reality Most High saw? How many Eleazars am I going to have in this family line? How many Onias the ones and Simon the Just and Jaduas am I going to have? For every Jadua and Onias the first and Simon the Just, there's an Onias the second. There's a Jason. There's a Menelaus.
There's a sellout.
There's a sellout. There's a negative one. I can't count on this succession of priests to do good.
You had to do that.
So I got to go with specific men of different tribes that are tethered to following Christ as that example and that cornerstone of how to live and operate.
And even St. John chapter 12 verse 42, you read that even amongst those last surviving level of priests before Christ said enough is enough, even they believed in Christ somewhat. Read this right here.
St. John chapter 12 verse 42. Nevertheless, among the chief rulers also.
It says amongst the chief rulers, there was some amongst the chief rulers of the Pharisees. Go ahead.
Many believed on him.
It says there among the chief rulers, many of them did believe in Christ. You had some good-hearted chief rulers that saw the benefit of what Christ was doing. Read on.
But because of the Pharisees.
It said, but because peer pressure, because they didn't want to be isolated, because they wanted to save face. Read on.
They did not.
No, it's not that they wanted to be killed. Read.
They did not confess him.
Why?
Lest they should be put out of the synagogue.
They cared about their job.
Their position.
Their position. It wasn't about them fearing being killed. They didn't want to lose their job. Their job was on the line. So you had some actual of the chiefs that actually believed in Christ. They just weren't going to profess it. They weren't going to say it out loud. Because, man, in the back of their mind, I got to feed these kids. In the back of his mind, I got to pay these bills. So even they
Then
was
I
like,
said, you got to play ball with the politics.
yeah,
The Most High is like, I got to do away with this system. This system ain't working. I got to shake this up and now find the individual people who want to serve Christ and use them to elevate the church. He's making adjustments based off the examples of the people and the lackluster performances. You're seeing 400-year clips in spaces of time where the Most High is like, this is enough. This is enough. This Greek stuff, you know what? Yeah, Most High got Judas in there, and the Hasmonean dynasty kicked in. It was a different sect of Levites again that end up getting weak and breaking down. And Edomites infiltrated again. The whole system is all corrupt. This ain't going to work.
you got half
Yeah,
Samaritans.
because think about this. The line of Eleazar and Zadok got eliminated. Now it's just the line of what do you call it? The Asmodean line. Initially it was I want the line of Eleazar to be the high priest. That got shook up after this. Right? This shook up that line. Then there was a Hasmonean line. That got shook up. There ended up being no more men in the line.
You know, you look at from the time of Ezra and Nehemiah doing a registry to find out your lineage,
Yeah.
and to find out if you are descend from the Levites, and then all that work that they did went down the drain in a couple of 100 years.
Gone.
Putting the right priest back up, putting our people back in.
Because you know what the problem was? They put the right priests up, but there was bad seeds in that mix.
Yep.
Listen, Jason was of the line of Eleazar. He was just a dog dude. So I gotta move those guys, that family line, out the way, and go in another line of Levites. Then that faded out. Then it was just different sects of different Levites who weren't particularly. They could have been of Eleazar's line, Zadok, whoever. Now it's whoever sits back here and forms their coalitions, whether it's Pharisees and Sadducees, and they all had flaws in their own way. Essenes. But it's all broken up now. For this reason, though. Because the people keep being mistreated. The vineyard is Israel. And they keep getting taken advantage of. Read on.
Still in John?
Yes. No, Luke 20 and 17.
Luke chapter 20, verse 17.
Matter of fact, read 16.
Luke 20, verse 16. He shall come and destroy these husbandmen, and shall give the vineyard to others. And when they heard it, they said, the Most High forbid.
They're like, the priesthood ain't leaving us. The position of being the head teacher is not leaving our hands. But Christ, like, it is about to leave your hands. It's about to go into men who are more capable because their heart's pure. And he's saying, listen, and he's also saying, listen, that leadership can't just be predicated on sons and sons' sons and sons' sons' sons, because you can't guarantee that.
Nepotism.
You can't guarantee that nepotism. That the next son is going to have that same passion to serve the Most High. You're lucky if you can get it done that way. But keep going.
Verse 17. And he beheld them and said, what is this then that is written? The stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner.
The symbol of Christ. In his example, he becomes the standard bearer of what the leadership of Israel was supposed to be down the line. He was the standard.
And he wasn't even a Levite.
Khan. And that's the point. And he was the standard bearer. Read on.
Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken.
When it says the person that falls upon that stone can't accept Christ's method.
Yeah.
Refuse to follow Christ's approach. You're going to break because you refuse to adjust and follow Christ's method. Because back then it was the Sadducee method, the Pharisee method.
Right.
And just a quick breakdown on what the Sadducees were. We'll go into this later. But the Sadducees, they only believed and lived predicated on from Genesis to Deuteronomy. That was it. If it wasn't out of those 5 books, they're not living off that. The Pharisees took the approach, you got to take all the scriptures in totality. It's not just about the 5 books of the law, and that you have to be able to not be so literal. The Sadducee was like, okay, if I injured your eye, I got to get my eye poked out too. It was literal eye for eye kind of concepts. It was very violent, very cold, and very disconnected. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I was just to spell Sadducees. Sorry.
SADDUCCES or CCEES, something like that. SADDUCE.
Sadducees.
Yeah.
CEES.
Yes, that's it. So it was those and the Pharisees were more about taking the scriptures and bringing it to practical terms. And in order to do that, you have to allow high priests to give their interpretation of how to apply these scriptures today. The problem with that mindset is there could be a lot of corruption from that. Because now you're dealing with the scriptures and it's too much private interpretation. So whether it's private interpretation that's wrong, or it's these extreme Sadducees that don't understand mercy and forgiveness, Christ came in his examples to teach and direct and give clarity to the rigidness of the Sadducees and the hypocrisy and the deviation of the Pharisees and the extremes of the Essenes. He had to sit back here and give clarification and understanding from all of those sects. So that's why Christ was the head cornerstone, because he gave the understanding. He gave a better example of how the Sadducees were. He cut the Pharisees and showed them the better way to operate. And he sat back here and showed that the Essenes needed work too.
Extreme.
They were too extreme. And they sat back here and honored angels, which was ridiculous. So Christ came and he was the standard. He was the chief cornerstone. And all these other Israelites that stumbled on Christ's approach, they would be broken. Does that make sense? Let's continue.
Get a verse.
Oh, let me hit this one verse and I got you. Mm-hmm. Well, keep going. I just want to finish verse 19. Read that.
Luke 28:18. It says, "Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder."
So if you don't learn how to follow Christ's way, you're going to fall. And holding on these other approaches was going to be to your detriment. And all the approaches were flawed. But read on.
Verse 19. "And the chief priests and the scribes,"
all the leaders, all the priests, the Sadducees, the Pharisees, all of them, as they heard this parable, read on.
"the same hour sought to lay hands on him."
They said, we got to kill this nigga. This dude. First of all, they were fulfilling the prophecy that he was talking about. You want to kill the husband, the father of the land. Mm-hmm. But read on. But why did they want to kill him?
"And they feared the people, for they perceived that..."
So they feared how the people would look at them. So they didn't kill him right there. They wanted to. They said, if I kill him, they're going to, the people won't come after us. But why did they want to kill him? Read on.
"For they perceived that he had spoken this parable against them."
He was, because the parable was about the priesthood. And that when Christ dies, the priesthood was going to be stripped from them. The position of the leadership was going to be taken from them and given to others. Given to others that wasn't of a specific family or tribe that were going to follow Christ's approach. It gives us the understanding as to why things, when we're reading in the book of Maccabees, the desire to serve the Most High and be a priest and serve his will was at an all-time low. But this is when the Most High was like, I got to tear this whole thing up and bring Christ in. Because they're not doing it right either. The kings didn't do it right. The priests didn't do it right. I gotta recycle both of these approaches. And I got to bring Christ to teach how it's done. And then choose individual men who want to follow Christ instead of this institution of the priesthood that's corrupted. The Most High already knew he was going to take us out of Jerusalem. So now it's about Israel that can retain our culture and follow Christ's ways. They're the ones that he was going to be with and follow. But all this reached its climax when we hit an all-time low and these sacrifices were taken from us. And the priesthood and everybody in Jerusalem didn't want to serve the Most High anymore. That was us at an all-time low. And Moses said, I'm done with this, man. I'm done with this priesthood. I'm done with these Israelites that don't want to serve me. I got to do something drastic now. Does that make sense? This is why he had to blow it all up again. And this is why Antiochus is the one that he uses to do it. I want to stop at that.
That connects to
I just want to give one verse
Yes,
on
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
Luke chapter 16, verse 1 and 2, and then 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 28.
Also, your class, you had a class about last Wednesday.
Luke 16:1.
The was
Verse 1 and 2.
about the Most High creates certain impressions sometimes based on.
No, yeah, that was Philo saying that.
Well,
But yeah, he was.
like-
That was him saying that why the Most High put tyrants on the earth. But this is more specific right here.
Luke 16, 1, 2.
Mm-hmm.
Luke chapter 16, verse 1. And he said unto his disciples, there was a certain rich man, which had a steward, and the same was accused unto him that he had wasted his goods. And he called him, and said unto him, how is it that I hear this of thee? Give an account of thy stewardship.
And you'll find a consistent theme, whether it's the kings, whether it's the princes, whether it's the priests, whether it's the Sadducees, whether it's the Pharisees, whoever's the leaders are, whoever's in charge, you'll find a consistent theme that the Most High wants inventory done. And when you're not living right, and you're not dealing with that position correctly, read on.
He said, give an account of thy stewardship, for thou mayest no longer be steward.
He said, because if you're not operating in that position of leadership correctly, what is the determination of the Most High? He says, you're no longer going to be what?
Steward.
You will be removed. So the kings got removed, the priests got removed, the princes got removed, the Sadducees got removed, the Pharisees got removed. Now go to 1 Corinthians 12 and 28.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 28. And the Most High have set some in the church.
Now what's left in the church? Now how does the Most High got the leadership arrangement or the order of operations in the church?
Because Christ was the cornerstone.
Because he was the cornerstone. So now after Christ, what's in the church left? What's the structure of the church now? Read.
First apostles.
Did he say Levites?
Nope.
First apostles.
Did he say Sadducees?
No.
First apostles.
Did he say Pharisees?
First apostles.
So now the church consists of what?
Apostles.
So he said that's who's first in the church. Apostles. Read on.
Secondarily, prophets.
Go ahead.
Thirdly, teachers.
What else?
After that, miracles.
What else?
Then gifts of healing.
Go ahead.
Helps.
Now you got helps. What else?
Governments.
And what else?
Diversities of tongues.
So you got now it's been broken up as far as this is what the church structure looks like.
Yep.
So it went from kings to princes from kings. Actually, even before that, it went to like
individual savers. It was individual savers.
It was the judges
well, it was
first.
Individual savers first.
Yeah,
And
like
Abraham,
Moses,
Isaac, that's what I'm saying. Individual
like the patriarchs,
savers, then judges,
then kings. Then they did away with the kings. Then he came in with the princes. Then he came in with the priests. Then he came with the Sadducees, the Pharisees.
Don't forget, the Most High was mad that the judge system wasn't followed and adhered to. Remember that? He was mad that he didn't want it to go to kings.
No, he didn't.
He would rather it just be individual men that was guided by the Most High to help keep Israel in order. We didn't want that.
But we could see there's a descending of quality of the individuals that's in charge. So yeah, it would be great if we would still have Moses. We'd have Abraham. We wouldn't even have no problems right now. But those men don't last forever.
And then you got but then he's like, well, listen, if this man is good, then hopefully their family line is good.
Right.
But the problem is there's some glitches in that family line.
Right after David, Solomon came in, and Solomon defected.
And then Rehoboam was a dog too. And then the next son was good. Then the next one was bad. Then the next one was good. That's the problem. You get this inconsistent batch of family line. Then the 9.5 tribes, I hate to say, because I'm part of them, none of them was good.
And now what you got left in the church is a body of believers.
Yep.
We're not, it's not the same structure, ranking structure that it was before.
Nope.
Now we're just a body of believers, full of deacons and bishops, and elder brothers, elder sisters, tutors and governors.
Yeah.
That's the church now. But we may play priests, but we're not priests by blood. But that's not the Most High removed that.
Got it.
That's no longer necessary.
That's why we don't play this priest angle here, bro.
We're brothers.
Listen, we're teachers, man. We're teachers and brothers. That's it. Ain't no deeper than that. So listen, hopefully we can kind of get an understanding. We're going to stop it there because I just want to stop at how we hit rock bottom spiritually and how we wanted to be Hellenists. We wanted to be Greeks to the point where the high priest didn't want a high priest anymore.
It wasn't pushed on us.
The high priest didn't want to serve no more. We didn't sit back here and do sacrifices no more. The nation stopped funding the sacrifices, and we didn't want to sacrifice. We was at the gym with them boys. That's what we wanted. We were breaking the law, so now we're acting like, why would the Most High allow Antiochus to come into the temple and destroy it and defile it? There's a great reason for it, because we didn't want to do it anymore anyway.
It was a burden to us.
And the Most High is like, if it's a burden, if this is a burden to you, then why do I have you in this position? Why do I have you priests in this position if it's a burden to you? Then let me eliminate this priesthood if this is such a damn burden to you. Christ, you got to come down here and solve this. Now does the whole succession of the story make more sense? Are there any questions?
Based on this ending summary, are we out of our salvation at this point in time?
What do you mean out of our salvation?
Are we, I guess I'm saying, are we in the fruits of our salvation?
Hell no.
No.
We're not saved. We're not saved yet. Don't forget, salvation is having your own country and your land and your sovereignty. We're not saved.
Right. Well, that's what I got from the ending part of your summary.
About sovereignty?
About not being in our
well,
our
this
salvation
was what we weren't in our salvation since, I would say, 586 when the Babylonians took us out of power. We have been a vassal since 586 BC.
Okay.
And then in 70 AD, we lost our homeland. So we just diminished even more. At least we had a homeland until 70 AD. Then we lost that. We've been constantly just losing more and more and more and more and more. To the point where Christ is going to come back. After 70 AD, it was about, okay, we're going to let these nations run their course. And then once they run their course, I'm going to come back and put it all in order. Because that's the only way it's going to get fixed.
And in the meantime, when you read James chapter 5, read James chapter 5, verse 7.
James chapter 5, verse 7.
Read that.
He says, Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Most High, the Lord.
It says, so what are we waiting on right now?
The coming of the Lord.
We're waiting on the coming of the Most High, his second return, Christ's second return. The way to establish a new government, a new way of living that pleases the Most High. He says, be patient, therefore, to the coming of the Lord. Read.
Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth.
What is a husbandman? A laborer. So what should we be doing in the meantime? We should be putting in works. That's our focus right now, is being patient, waiting on the second coming of Christ, and putting in as much work as possible. On top of that, jump down to verse 9.
James 5 and 9.
No, read verse 8 and 9.
James chapter 5, verse 8. Be ye also patient. Establish your hearts.
Establish your heart means get your mind right. Read on.
For the coming of the Lord draweth nigh.
Because Christ is coming, his second coming is very close. Read on.
Grudge not one against another.
And while we're putting in work, we should be doing what towards each other?
Grudge not one against another, brethren.
So what should our focus be? Making sure our relationships with each other is right. You know how hard it is to get people to get along? You know how hard it is to get men to love each other and look at each other in a positive way while they wait on Christ? And to dissolve contention and strife and arguments and debates and to put pride under control? That's very difficult. So in the meantime, we're supposed to be patient, waiting on Christ, putting in work as laborers, and not looking at each other the wrong way. That's enough to handle in itself. Read on.
God, grudge not one against another, brethren, lest you be condemned.
Unless you, this is how we lose our, based on the question you asked, lose our position, our salvation. This is the only thing that'll forfeit our salvation, is we're not doing these things. Then we run the risk of forfeiting our salvation. Then we run the risk of being condemned. Read on.
God, behold, the judge standeth before the door.
It said, because guess who's at the door?
The judge.
The judge is at the door. The Most High is watching everything we do. But in the meantime, there should be a lot of labor being put in. There should be a lot of patience being set forth, and there should be no grudges between each other. That means we got to learn what peace means. We got to learn how to live in peace, operate in peace, how to conduct each other righteously towards each other. Because the Most High is right at the door. What does he mean when he said the judge is at the door? That means he's close. He's one step away, and we're about to be judged. So that should be our focus, because those things being not done is what runs the risk of us losing our salvation. To answer the question, if that helps.
Any other questions? Let's in our present. I hope Israel's taking heat, man. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Hey, young man, can you push up just a little bit because you're real close? I just want to make sure you're good. Just push a little bit. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Yasharallah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked springs the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy
thine enemies.
O Yahweh, below thy enemies,
Below thine enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall anoint it with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
of my enemies.
of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is
He
upright.
is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama'awa,
Hama'awa,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma, Tawah,
Tawah,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawah,
Hatawah,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Haraash,
Haraash,
Yerad,
Yerad,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Payah,
Payah,
Manawathiwa,
Marawathiwa,
Qatar,
Qatar,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayel,
Ayel,
Hararia,
Hararia,
Tazayawa,
Tazayawa,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
Ay,
Hawaram,
Hawaram, by Hashem Yahshua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Rakhanah.
Rakhanah.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiath.
Rabiath.
Support. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Rakhanah.
Rakhanah.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiath.
Rabiath.
Support. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Rakhanah.
Rakhanah.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiath.
Rabiath.
Support. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
by Hashem, Yahshua,
Rakhanah,
Rashralim, Rabiath, support. Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahweh,
Barakatay Yahushua,
Barakatay Yahushua,
all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all love, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, by Hashem, Yahushua, the water, the Miyad, Aman. Circle up. You good? Yeah. When you're ready, you let me know too. Okay.
Saluting out in the heavy order.
No, Yahweh.
Yahweh. Wa Kol Yasha'Allah. Man of Israel. Amadram. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kwam Yasha'Allah. Yes, what's up? Turn to face sisters.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Amadram. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Barakatah by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, what's up? Dismissed. Hold up. All right, Israel, 12, tune in. See y'all back on Monday, all right?
Hey, brothers, we got